Creative Mind. Ernest Holmes. Introduction. The hand of eternal progress is brushing the cobwebs from the corridors of time and is again revealing to the human race the mysteries of being. As there is nothing new under the sun, the searchlight of truth is bringing to light only what has been known to the few in all generations. The time has now come when the few must become the many. The whole world, from the least to the greatest, must know the truth, so that man may understand the great laws that govern his life. He must learn to control his own destiny, to heal his own body and bring happiness to his own soul. Ignorance must vanish and understanding must be ushered in. Man is no longer to be governed by anything outside himself. Creeds, doctrines, churches, institutions, organizations, governments are all being changed to give place to the realization of the individual. There is a power in and through all that is working this great transformation. All that will not measure up to the standard must fall by its own weight, all that is in line with the truth must still prosper. The time is at hand, we are in the greatest age of all history, we are in the age of the unifying of all people and all things into the ever-present one. The temple not made with hands is now being silently built by the emancipated souls of this planet. This little book is an attempt to explain what each soul must discover for himself, that he stands in the midst of an eternal creative power which presses itself around his own thought, and casts back to him glorified all that he thinks. If it awakens within the consciousness of one single individual the realization that the mind of the universe, which is the only mind that there is his own mind, that the creative power of this mind is his also, that the manifestation of this mind is his own individuality, that the love and power and peace of this mind is within himself, it will not be written in vain. May it then do much in simplifying and bringing to light some of the deeper mysteries and meanings of life. Part 1. In the beginning. In the beginning, God. Clear and expressive are these words. In the beginning, God only. No manifest universe. No system of planets. Nothing of form or life, of brute or humanity. God was the spirit of all that was to be, but he had not yet moved upon the waters. Then this all being moved or began to create. Where did spirit move? Upon what did it move to create? Where did it get a pattern? What means or power did it employ? Through what agencies did it work? In short, what is the world, ourselves included, made out of, and how did we and all else come into being? These questions correctly answered would solve the problem of being and set humanity free. Let us consider. The Spirit was all, there was nothing else but itself. All-inclusive, everywhere, infinite. This all-Spirit could not have had the impulse to move unless it were self-conscious, therefore the Spirit is the power that knows itself, it is accordingly all-knowing as well as all-present. Being one, undivided, whatever it knows all over instantly. We find then that the Spirit operates through self-knowing. It moves, and that inner movement must be one of infinite power moving upon itself, since it is all and with a definite purpose. The Spirit then moves upon itself and makes out of itself all that is made. In other words, what we see comes from what we do not see, through some inner intelligence at work, which knows there is no power but itself. The things that are seen are not made of the things that do appear. The only possible operation of intelligence is thought or the word. So all things were made by the word, and without the word was not anything made that hath been made. How simple the process of creation when we understand it. The Spirit speaks, and since there is nothing but the Spirit and it is all power, it has only to speak and it is done. The Word was with God and the Word was God. From the Word then, comes forth all that appears. Each life, human or divine, each manifestation is a different kind of word coming into expression. The great fact to dwell upon is that Spirit needs nothing to help it. It is self-conscious and has all power and all ability to do whatever it wishes to accomplish. It operates simply by speaking. It is hard to get a clear concept of this great ceaseless cause, this something from which all things come. At times we get into a maze of confusion when we attempt to realize what the Spirit means. It is then that we should think of it as the great reason behind everything. Being all knowledge, it must know itself and must know everything it creates, so it knows us and it knows everyone. Since it is all presence, we can contact it anywhere and will never have to go to some particular spot to find it. As it is all-knowing and operates through the power of the Word, it knows everything we think. Just how it creates we cannot know and need not attempt to understand, for whatever this process of creation is, we find it is always an inner thought process. We should keep this in mind: the Spirit makes all things out of itself. Everything comes into being without effort, and when we exert ourselves we are not in accord with the creative spirit in the way in which it works. The impulse of the Spirit to move must be caused by a desire to express what it feels itself to be: beauty, form, color, life, love and power. All things else we find in the manifest universe are attributes of the Spirit and are caused to spring into being through the Word, because the Spirit wants to enjoy itself. We find then, that the Word, which is the inner activity of thought, comes first in the creative series, and all else comes from the effect of the Word operating upon a universal substance. If the Word precedes all else, then the Word is what we are looking for, and when we get it we shall have what the world has sought from time immemorial. We must, if we wish to prove the power of the Spirit in our lives, look not to outside things or effects but to the Word alone. The human eye sees and the human hand touches only that which is an effect. Unseen law controls everything, but this law also is an effect. Law did not make itself. The law is not intelligence or causation. Before there can be a law there must be something that acts, and the law is the way it acts. It is intelligence. In the beginning was the Word. This Word, or the activity of the Spirit, is the cause of the law, and the law in its place is the cause of the thing, and the thing is always an effect. That is, it did not make itself, it is a result. The Word always comes first in the creative series. The Word was with God, and the Word was God, and the Word still is God. When we realize that we are like God, and we could not be otherwise, being made out of God, we will realize that our Word also has power. If there is but one mind, then it follows that our word, our thought, is the activity of that one mind in our consciousness. The power that holds the planets in their place is the same power that flows through each of us. We must place the Word where it belongs, whether it is the Word of God in the universe or the word of a person in the individual. It is always first, before all else, in the beginning. The real sequence is this: cause, Spirit, intelligence, God, the Word, the activity of intelligence, the effect, or the visible thing, whether it is a planet or a peanut. All are made out of the same thing. What we need to do is to learn how to use the Word so that all will come to see that they are creative centers within themselves. A principle that can be proven. Knowing that mind is, we have a principle that is absolute, it is exact. It is going to correspond to our thinking about it. The first great necessity is to believe this. Without belief we can do nothing. This is the reason Jesus said, "It is done unto you even as you have believed." Always it is done unto people as they believe, and there is something that does it which never fails. We must believe that our word is formed upon and around by this creative mind. For instance, we wish to create activity in our business. We believe that our word is law about that thing, and there is something that takes our thought and executes it for us. If we have accepted the fact that all is mind and that the thought is the thing, we shall see at once that our word is the power behind the thing, and that it depends upon the word or thought that we are sending out. So plastic is mind, so receptive, that the slightest thought makes an impression upon it. People who think many kinds of thought must expect to receive a confused manifestation in their lives. If a gardener plants 1,000 kinds of seeds, he will get 1,000 kinds of plants. It is the same in mind. the word going forth. Since this is true, everything depends upon our mental concepts. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. The Bible reiterates this statement, telling us many times of the creative power of thought. Jesus taught nothing else. He said, "The words which I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life." The centurion coming to Jesus recognized the power of the words spoken by the latter. He said, "I also am one in authority," but his authority was on the physical plane, and he saw that Jesus had authority on a spiritual plane, for he said, "Speak the word only." The Bible also tells us that the word is not afar off but in our own mouth. It is neither here nor there, it is within every living soul. We must take the responsibility for our own lives. All must awake to the facts that they have absolute control over their lives and that nothing can happen by chance. Then they will have a broader concept of God, a greater tolerance for their neighbor, and a greater realization of their own divine nature. What a relief from strenuous labor, no more struggle or strife. Be still and know that I am God, and beside me there is none other. The Spirit being all there is, we cannot conceive of anything that can hinder its working. When the Spirit has spoken, the Word becomes law, for before the law is the Word, it precedes all else. First is absolute intelligence, all power, all presence, all causation, then the movement upon itself through the power of the Word, then the Word becoming law, the law producing the thing and holding it in place. So long as the Word exists, the thing will exist, for since the Word is all power, there is nothing beside it. I am that I am, and beside me there is none other. This I am is Spirit, God, all. There is no physical explanation for anything in the universe, all causation is spirit and all effects spiritual. We are not living in a physical world but in a spiritual world peopled with spiritual ideas. We are now living in spirit. God or Spirit governs the universe through great mental laws that work out the divine will and purpose, always operating from intelligence. This intelligence is so vast, and the power so great that our human minds cannot even grasp it. All that we can hope to do is to learn something of the way in which it works, and by harmonizing ourselves with it, to so align ourselves with Spirit that our lives may be controlled by the great harmony that obtains in all the higher laws of nature but has been very imperfectly manifested in us. This brings us to the second point of consideration. Why and what is man? We find in the physical universe that automatic laws govern everything. For instance, the tree cannot say "I will not" because of the law that holds it in place. It grows without any volition of its own. So it is with all nature, but when we come to the human we find a different manifestation of the Spirit, a being who can say "I choose." In all creation, the human alone is an individual, the human alone is free, and yet man alone wants, is sick, suffers and is unhappy. Man marks the earth with ruin. Why? Because he has not found his true nature. The very thing that should free him and eventually will do so, now limits him. God could not make an individual without making him able to think, and he cannot think without bringing upon himself the results of his thought, good or bad. This does not mean using two powers but using the one from two standpoints. Nothing in itself is either good or bad. All things exist in mind as a potentiality. Mind is eternally acting upon thought, continually producing its own images from mind and casting them out into manifestation. Man must be the outcome of the desire of the Spirit to make something which expresses the same life that it feels. Man is made to be a companion of the infinite, but to arrive at this exalted plane of being, he must have his freedom and be let alone to discover his own nature, to return love to his Creator only when he chooses to do so. At the doorway, then, of the human mind this wonderful God has to wait. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. The opening must be on the part of the individual. Man lives in a mind that presses in upon him from all sides with infinite possibilities, with infinite creative power. The divine urge of infinite love crowds itself upon him and awaits his recognition. Being the image of this power, his thought also must be the word or cause in the life. At the center of his being is all the power that he will need on the path of his unfoldment. All the mind that the human has is as much of this infinite mind as he allows to flow through him. We have often thought of God as far off and of man as a being separate from the all-good. Now we are coming to see that God and humanity are one, and that one is simply awaiting man's recognition, that he may spring into being and become to man all that he could wish or want. As the Father has inherent life in himself, so hath he given to the Son to have life within himself. It could not be otherwise. We are all in mind, and mind is always creating for us as we think, and as we are thinking creatures, always thinking, our happiness depends upon our thought. Let us consider the law of our life. The law of our lives. Spirit creates through law. The law is always mind in action. Mind cannot act unless intelligence sets it in motion. In the great universal mind, man is a center of intelligence, and every time he thinks he sets mind into action. What is the activity of this mind in relation to man's thought? It has to be one of mental correspondence, that is, mind has to reflect whatever thought it casts into it. Wonderful as universal mind is, it has no choice but to create whatever thought is given it. If it could contradict that thought, it would not be a unit, since this would be recognizing something outside itself. This is a point in truth which should not be overlooked. The one mind knows only its own ability to make whatever is given it. It sees no other power and never analyzes or dissects. It simply knows, and the reason why people do not understand this is that they have not realized what mind is. The ordinary individual thinks of mind only from the limitation of his own environment. The concept he has of mind is the concept of his own thinking, which is very limited. We are surrounded by an all-seeing, all-knowing mind, which is one and runs through all. The belief in the dual mind has destroyed practically all philosophies and religions of the ages, and will continue to do so until the world comes to see that there is but one. Whatever name is given it, there is but one. It is this one that creates for us whatever we believe. Our thought operative through this one produces all our affairs. We are all centers in this mind, centers of creative thought activity. There is nothing which appears in the manifest universe other than an objectified thought, whether it be a bump on your head, a growth on your foot, or a planet. It could not be there were it not made out of mind, for mind is all there is to make anything out of. Whatever is made out of it. Nothing exists or can exist without a source from which it springs. We are not dealing with a negative as well as a positive power, not two powers but one, a power that sees neither good nor evil, as we see it. It knows only that it is all, and since it is all, it creates whatever is given it. From our limited standpoint, we often think of good and evil, not realizing that, as yet, we do not know the one from the other. What we call good today, we may call evil tomorrow, and what we think to be evil today, we may tomorrow proclaim as the greatest good we have known. Not so with the great universal power of mind, it sees only itself and its infinite ability to create. To the thinking person this will mean much. He will see that he is no longer living in a limited universe, a world of powers, but that he is immersed in an infinite creative medium which, because of its nature, has to create for him whatever he believes. Jesus understood this and in a few simple words, laid down the law of life. It is done unto all people as they believe. This is a great thing to keep in mind. It is done unto us, we do not have to do it, for it is done unto us of a power that knows itself to be all there is. Could we even believe that some material mountain would be moved, the power is there to do it. Without this belief there is no real impulse for the creative mind, and we do not get an affirmative answer. We must realize more clearly that this great power has to operate through us. Man's part. Creative mind cannot force itself upon us because we have the power of self-choice. It recognizes us when we recognize it. When we think that we are limited or have not been heard, it must take that thought and bring it into manifestation for us. When we look about us and see nature so beautiful, so lavish, and so limitless, when we realize that something, some power, is behind all and sees to it that plenty obtains everywhere, so that in all things manifest there is more than could be used, and when on the other hand we see humans so limited, sick, sad, and needy, we are disposed to ask this question: is God good after all? Does He really care for the people of His creation? Why am I sick? Why am I poor? Little do we realize that the answer is in our own mouths, in the creative power of our own thought. The average person, when told the truth, will still seek some other way. God has already done for us, in a mechanical way, all that He can do, and having been given the ability, we will have to do for ourselves the rest. Yet the great power is always near, ready at any time to help, but we must use it according to its own nature, in harmony with its laws. We should learn that we ourselves are the center of this divine activity. Realizing this, we must seek more and more to utilize our own divine nature, and by so doing we will come more fully under the protection of the great laws that govern all life, manifest and unmanifest. Whatever man is, he must find that because he is made out of God, he must be of the same nature. This infinite one cannot know anything outside of itself, anything that would be a contradiction of its divine nature. The human ignorance of his real nature binds him with his own freedom until he comes to see things as they really are and not as they appear to be. In the infinity of mind, which is the principle of all metaphysics and of all life, there is nothing but mind and that which mind does. That is all there is in the universe. That is all there ever was or ever will be. This mind is acted upon by our thought, and so our thought becomes the law of our lives. It is just as much a law in our individual lives as God's thought is in the larger life of the universe. For the sake of clearness, think of yourself as in this mind, think of yourself as a center in it. That is your principle. You think and mind produces the thing. One of the big points to remember is that we do not have to create, all that we have to do is to think. Mind, the only mind that there is, creates. Few people seem to understand the nature of the law and so think that they have got to do something, even if it is only holding a thought. Thinking or knowing is what does the thing. It will make it much easier for us when we realize that we do not have to make anything, just to know that there is something back of the knowing which does the work for us. That person gets the best results who realizes that he can use this divine principle, he who can get the clearest concept of his idea and who can rely on mind to do for him, keeping everything out of his thought that would contradict the supremacy of spirit or mind. By simply holding a thought we could not make anything, but by knowing in mind what cannot we do? Bondage and freedom. Never get away from the fact that you are surrounded by such a power. It is the principle of demonstration. It knows every thought. As we send forth our thought into it, it does unto us. The person who is ignorant of this law must by that ignorance be bound by his thought, by his human beliefs. One who understands will begin to break these ties that bind him. One by one he will destroy every negative thought until at last he is able to think what he wants to think, and so he frees himself by the use of the same power that at one time bound him. We must destroy all thought that we would not see manifest and hold to that which we would see, until we receive the affirmative answer. Never struggle, mind makes things out of itself, there is no effort made. Don't think that there is so much to be overcome. Have only a calm sense of perfect peace as you realize that God is all and that you are using the perfect law and that nothing can hinder it from working for you. Many people are learning to do this and no one has yet failed to demonstrate who has been steadfast, using the law in a consistent and persistent trust. All that we have to do is to provide the right mental and spiritual attitude of mind and then believe that we already have and the reward will be with us. We shall see it. The time will come when we will not have to demonstrate at all because we will be always living so near to the law that it will do all for us without much conscious thought on our part. So when you say, I am poor, sick, or weak, I am not one with the creative mind, you are using that creative power to keep yourself away from the infinite, and just as soon as you declare that you are one with God, there is a rushing out to meet you, as the Father rushed out to meet the prodigal son. The Spirit seeketh, but as long as your mind thinks in the terms of conditions you cannot overcome. The difficulty comes from our inability to see our own divine nature and its relation to the universe. Until we awake to the fact that we are one in nature with God, we will not find the way of life. Until we realize that our own word has the power of life, we will not see the way of life, and this brings us to the consideration of the use of the word in our lives. The Word. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Word is nigh thee, even in thy own mouth, that thou shouldst know it and do it. What does this mean? It clearly states that whatever power there is in the Word, and it says it is all power, is also in our own mouths. There is no avoiding the fact that the Bible claims for man the same power in his own life and his own world that it claims for God. In the lives of the majority, men do not realize that the word is in their own mouths. What word? Little do we realize that this word which they are so earnestly seeking is every word they hear, think, or speak. Do we who are endeavoring to realize the greater truths of life always govern our words? If any word has power, it follows that all words have power. It is not in the few moments of spiritual meditation that we demonstrate, but we bring out the possibilities of the hidden word when we are allowing our thoughts to run in any direction. Not in the short time spent in silence, but in the long hours stretching themselves into days, months, and years, are we always using the word. An hour a day spent in silent meditation will not save us from the confusion of life. The 51% of a person's thinking is what counts. It is easy when we are alone to brave the storms of life. Surrounded by our own exalted atmosphere, we feel the strength of the infinite, we rise in spirit, we think we are experiencing the ultimate of truth, that all things are ours. These moments in a busy life are well spent but must unavoidably be brief. But what of the rest of the day, what of the busy street, of the marketplace, and of all the daily contact with life? Do we then obtain? Do we keep on in the same even way? Or do we fall before the outer confusion of our surroundings? We are still creating the word and setting it afloat in the great ethers of life. Are these words creating for us? Yes. How necessary then, to keep the independence of the solitude. How seldom we do this. God sent an angel to speak to me. A word he was fain I hear. And the angel brought the message, and whispered it in my ear. God knew I needed the word. He sent. I had lost the zest of fight. And the right was all but beaten. The wrong it was all but right. Simple the word that he sent me. But it soothed a spirit raw with the pain of too much striving. 'Twas love fulfills the law. Few people indeed in the day in which we live are well poised. Where do we find the person who can live above his surroundings, who in his own thought can dominate all conditions and in the midst of the crowd keep his own even way and his own counsel? When we do meet with such a person we will know him, for we shall find on his face the image of perfect peace. We shall detect in his bearing the ease and independence that comes only to the person who has found himself and who is centered not in the outer but in the inner world. Such a character as this has the power to attract to himself all of the best in the world. He is a center toward which all else must gravitate. The atmosphere which he creates and with which he surrounds himself is one of absolute calm and peace. The world at once sees in this person a master and gladly sits at his feet. And yet this person who has risen above the thought of the world cares not that other people should sit at his feet. He knows that what he has done all may do, and he well knows that all the teaching in the world will not produce another such as he. He knows that it is not from the teaching but from the being that true greatness springs. So this person does not go around teaching or preaching, he simply is. The man who has arrived. The man who has arrived will realize that he has done so in the midst of an outer confusion. He will be the one who has gone into the silence for strength and has come out into the world equipped with power from on high, but that light which he has received must be kept burning. Not alone in the silence but in the busy throng must all of us find the way of life. Our every thought creates. For the majority of us these thoughts come in everyday affairs, some of which are very trivial, but these too will be demonstrated. We have missed the whole point unless we have learned so to control our thought that time and place make no difference. The power we have within us. We have within us a power that is greater than anything that we shall ever contact in the outer, a power that can overcome every obstacle in our life and set us safe, satisfied and at peace, healed and prosperous, in a new light and in a new life. Mind, all mind is right here. It is God's mind, God's creative power, God's creative life. We have as much of this power to use in our daily life as we can believe in and embody. The storehouse of nature is filled with infinite good awaiting the touch of our awakened thought to spring forth into manifestation in our life, but the awakening must be on our part and not on the side of life. We stand at the gateway of limitless opportunity in the eternal and changeless now. Now is the day in which to begin the new life that is to lift us up to the greater expression of all that is wonderful. The word that we speak is the law of our life, and nothing hinders but ourselves. We have through ignorance of our real nature misused the power of our word, and behold what it has brought upon us, the very thing that we feared. But now it shall produce a new thing, a new heaven and a new earth. Individual ideas. We find that in the universe every separate idea has a word, a mental concept behind it, and as long as that word remains, the thing is held in place in the visible world. When the concept is withdrawn, the idea in the visible melts away, disappears. It ceases to vibrate to the word, which is the law behind it, for when the word is withdrawn, the condensation of the ether that forms the word melts again into the formless. There was a time when the world was without form, and from the word alone all things were made that are made. When our word says that there is no longer life in our bodies, the life principle withdraws and our bodies return to the substance from which they came. Here is the great mystery of life, that we are able to use this creative word for whatever purpose we may desire, and that word becomes the law unto the thing for which it was spoken. And so in our lives we might say that without our word was not anything made that was made. For we are given the power to sit in the midst of our lives and direct all their activities. There is no struggle and no strife necessary. All that we have to do is to know. We must awaken with the glorified consciousness of an emancipated soul, use our God-given power. The reason for the universe. This universe is the reason, first, of an infinite intelligence which speaks or thinks, and as this thought becomes active within itself, it creates from itself, at the power of its own word, the visible universe. We are living in a universal activity of mental law. We are surrounded by a mind which receives every impression of our thought and returns to us just what we think. Every person, then, is living in a world made for him from the activity of his thought. It is a self-evident proposition that mind must create out of itself, and this self being limitless, it follows that its creative power is without limit. Mind in action. Everything that we see is the result of mind in action. We all have a body, and we have what is called a physical environment. We could have neither if it were not for mind. The law implanted within us is, that we need nothing except ourselves and this all-wise creative mind to make anything, and that just so far as we depend upon any condition, past, present or future, or upon any individual, we are creating chaos, because we are dealing with conditions and not with causes. Every living soul is a law unto himself, but of this great truth few people are conscious. It seems difficult for the race, which feels itself to be so limited, to comprehend the fact that there is a power that makes things directly out of itself by simply becoming the thing that it makes, and that it does this by self-knowing. But we will not demonstrate until we see at least some of this, the greatest truth about life. We should realize that we are dealing with the principle that is scientifically correct. It will never fail us at any time but is eternally present. We can approach the infinite mind with a depth of thought and understanding, knowing that it will respond, knowing that we are dealing with reality. Jesus, who saw this very clearly, laid down the whole law of life in a few simple words. It is done unto you as you believe. We do not have to do it, it is done unto us, it is done by a power that is all. Could we believe that a material mountain would be moved, it would be done unto us. But unless we do believe, there is no impulse for the creative power and we do not receive. Life externalizes at the level of our thought. Action and reaction. There is something that casts back at us every thought that we think. Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord, is a statement of eternal truth and correspondences against which nothing can stand, and whatever the person sets in motion in mind will be returned to him, even as he has conceived within himself and brought forth into manifestation. If we wish to transcend old thoughts, we must rise above them and think higher things. We are dealing with the law of cause and effect, and it is absolute. It receives the slightest as well as the greatest thought and at once begins to act upon it. And sometimes even when we know this, we are surprised at the rapidity with which it works. If we have been misusing this law, we need not fail, all that we have to do is to turn from the old way and begin in the new. We will soon work up out of the old law into the new which is being established for us. When we desire only the good, the evil slips from us and returns no more. Arriving at a high consciousness. The best way to arrive at the highest consciousness is to have a great faith in the willingness and the ability of life to do all for us, by working through us. We must believe in the inherent goodness and all-powerfulness of the Spirit of Truth. And so every path leads us back to the one point, and we must learn to realize the near presence, the great reality. There, through the door of our own thought, we enter into the universal consciousness, into a complete realization of life and truth, of love and beauty, and as we sit in the silence of our own souls and listen, it will be the greatest thing that we will ever do. In that completeness we are lost and yet we are found. This is what is meant that one must lose his life in order to find it. We are lost to the human and found in the divine. We realize that we are one with cause. Outer suggestions. Nearly all people are controlled by outer suggestions and not by inner realizations. Ordinarily man thinks only what he sees others do and hears others say. We must all learn so to control the inner life that outside things do not make an impression upon our mentalities. As we are thinking beings and cannot help thinking, we cannot avoid making things happen to us, and what we need to do is so to control our thought processes that our thinking will not depart from the realization of that which is perfect. Man is governed by a mind which casts back to us every thought we think. We cannot escape from this and need not try, it would be useless. The trouble with us has been that we have laid down great obstructions and then have tried to overcome them. Stop trying, stop struggling. Begin to be calm, to trust in the higher laws of life, even though you do not see them, they are still there. Did you ever see the law that causes a plant to grow? Of course you did not, and yet you believe in this hidden law of growth. Why do you believe? Simply because every year, out of the seed time comes a harvest. Shall we not have as great faith in the higher laws of being? To those souls who have dared to believe has come as definite an answer as came to those who believed in receiving a harvest from the planted seed. This law is, and if we would see results we must use it, that is, we must provide the mental receptivity that will prepare us to accept the gift when the Spirit makes it. This receiving is a mental process, a process in which we lose all sense of limitation. If you wish to demonstrate prosperity, begin to think and talk about it and to see it everywhere. Do nothing that contradicts this thought either mentally or physically. The world is full of good, take it and forget all else. Rise above depression and be glad that you are saved from adversity. The human mind needs to be cleansed from the morbid thoughts that bind through its false beliefs. No living soul can demonstrate two things at the same time, if one contradicts the other. There is no way except to let go of all that you do not wish to come into your experience and in mind, take all that you do wish. See, hear, talk about and read only what you wish and never again let a negative thought come into your mind. God knows good only, and when we are in line with good He knows us. When we are out of harmony with good we say, God has forgotten us. On the one hand we have an infinite intelligence which has brought us up to where we are today, and having done all that it can for us now lets us alone to discover our own nature. On the other hand we have the infinite law, which is an activity of God, and we can use it for what we will, only with this provision, that in so far as we use it for the good of all, are we protected. The law obtains through all nature that as a person sows, so must he reap. Now the Father has brought us to where we can understand life, and we must go as we choose. If we are in harmony with the great forward movement of the Spirit, there is nothing that can hinder our advancement. If we oppose it, somewhere along our pathway it will crush us. As with individuals so with nations, and so far as they work with a right spirit they prosper. When they begin to fail in the use of this law they begin to fall. He who understands will take the position of one who wishes to work in union with the power of good, and to such a one will come all the power that he can conceive of and believe in. His word becomes an expression as the very word of God, and he must realize it to be all-powerful. So the one who is truly united with good will wish to express only the truth for all, and in doing so he is working along the lines of the unfoldment of the Spirit, and though he may seem to fail from the ordinary standpoint, yet his success is assured, for he is at one with the only ultimate power before which, in time, all else must fall. The use of the greater consciousness. In practice the emancipated soul must always realize that he is in union with the Father. What the Father does, he can do in his own life. What God is, he can become. His word must be spoken with absolute authority. He must know, there should be no uncertainty. The word is the only power, everything must come from it and nothing can stand against it. It is the great weapon which he is to use against all evil and for all good. It is his shield against all adversity and his sure defense against all seeming limitation. The secret place of the Most High is in his own soul, where God dwells in eternal peace and infinite calm. Here he walks the waters of life undisturbed by the waves and the storm. Divine companionship is his for all eternity. Peace which transcends all human confusion comes, and he realizes that indeed he is honored of the Father. His word is flung out and will work, and none can hinder it. The sense of sureness is complete. Heaven and earth may pass away, but the word goes on and on, accomplishing that thing for which it was sent, and all power is given to it on earth and in heaven. If he speaks to the sick and they receive, it will heal them. If he says the word of prosperity, it will manifest and nothing can hinder it. The world will abound with good and his cup run over with life. What more can we ask? What greater realization of life than to know that God is with us? From this great realization comes peace, a peace which the world little understands, and a calm which is as deep as the infinite sea of love in which he realizes himself to be immersed. Peace brings poise, and the union of these two gives birth to power. No person can hope to arrive while he believes in two powers. Only as we rise to the realization of the one in and through all can we attain. When we speak the word there must be no confusion, but only that calm reliance which knows that beside me there is none other. Realize that Spirit is all causation and that all things are made out of it, by the operation of the word through it, and that you can speak the word that is one with the Spirit, and there will be no more confusion. As the Father has inherent life in himself, so has he given to the Son to have inherent life within himself. Speak the word only and it shall be done. The word is in your own mouth that ye should know it and do it. Stranger on earth, thy home is heaven. Pilgrim, thou art the guest of God. The greater consciousness. Man is surrounded by a great universal thought power which returns to us always just as he thinks. So plastic, so receptive is this mind, that it takes the slightest impression and molds it into conditions. There are two things in us which our thought affects, our body and our environment. At all times he is given absolute control over these two things, and from the effect of his thought upon them he cannot hope to escape. At first, being ignorant of this fact, he bind himself by a misuse of the laws of his being, but as he begin to see that he himself is responsible for all that comes to him on the path of life, he begins to control our thought, which in its turn acts on the universal substance to create for him a new world. The great soul is learning more and more to dare to fling out into mind a divine idea of himself and to see himself perfect and whole. If he has a divine thought he will get a divine thing, if he has a human thought he will get a human thing. He will receive whatever his innermost thought embodies. And so we find in the Bible twice repeated these words, to the pure thou wilt show thyself pure, and to the forward, thou wilt show thyself forward. It is done unto all as they believe. We often wonder why it is that we are not making better demonstrations. We look about and observe that some are getting wonderful results, they are speaking the word and people are being healed. We see others struggling along with the word and nothing seems to happen, and when we inquire into the reason for all this we find it to be very plain indeed. All is mind and we are mental, we are in mind and can only get from it what we first think into it. We must not only think but we must know. We have to provide within ourselves a mental and spiritual likeness for the thing desired. The reason why so few succeed then, must be because they have not mentally really believed to the exclusion of all that would deny the thing which they believe in. And the reason why others do succeed must also be because they have absolutely believed and allowed real power to flow through and out into expression. They must have a real concept of life. Hold an object in front of a mirror and it will image in the mirror the exact size of the object. Hold a thought in mind and it will image in matter the exact likeness of the thought. Let us take this image which we hold before a mirror and change it ever so slightly, and there will be a corresponding change in the reflection. It is just the same in the mental world. Whatever is imaged is brought forth from mind into manifestation. We must not deny that which we affirm. We must reason only from that cause which is spiritual and mental and weed out all thought that would deny its power in our lives. There seems to be something in the race thought that says humanity is poor, humanity is limited, that there is a lack of opportunity, that times are hard, that prices are high, that nobody wants what I have to offer. No person succeeds who speaks these ideas. When we express ourselves in this way we are using a destructive power. All such thoughts must go, and we must all realize that we are an active center in the only power there is. We must get the perfect vision, the perfect conception. We must enlarge our thought until it realizes all good, and then we must swing right out and use this almighty power for definite purposes. We should daily feel a deeper union with life, a greater sense of that indwelling God, the God of the everywhere, within us. When we speak into this mind we have sown the seed of thought in the Absolute and may rest in peace. We do not have to make haste because it is done unto all as they believe. In that day that they shall call upon me I will answer. People will often ask, what is the best method for demonstration? There is but one answer to that question. The word is the only possible method of demonstrating anything, the word really felt and embodied in our thought. Then the word becomes flesh and dwells among us and we behold and experience it. We will ask for no other way when we understand this. The person who does not understand these laws will be likely to say that this is presumptuous, that it is even sacrilegious, but this comes only from a lack of understanding of the fact that all is governed by law and that all law is impersonal and universal. We have just as much right to use spiritual law as to use so-called physical laws. Strictly speaking, there is no such a thing as a physical law, as all things are spiritual and all law is a law of the activity of the spirit. The greatest use of these laws will always come to that soul who is the most deeply spiritual, as such an one comes the nearest to using law as God uses it. So to the really great soul there must come a very close relationship with the invisible God. This relationship cannot be expressed in words but only in inner feeling which transcends the power of words to express. God must become the great reality, not simply as the principle of life but more as the great mind which knows and which at all times understands and responds. To say that God does not understand our desires would be to rob the divine mind of all consciousness and place God lower in the scale of being than we ourselves are. On the other hand, we must be careful not to believe that God thinks evil and understands that which is not perfect, as then we would have an imperfect being for the first cause. We should more and more learn to think of things in the absolute, that is to think of things as not limited by conditions. Realize at all times that the Spirit makes things out of itself and needs no beginning except its own self-recognition. Then we must recognize our relation to this great power as one of absolute correspondence. What we think into it, it takes up and does for us as we think. It should not be an effort to think, we should do so with ease, without strain. The law must return to us, we have no responsibility except to provide the proper channel. It can return only in the exact way that we think. If we think struggle is the reality, we shall gain our demonstration, but struggle will have to be the result. There is a law of reflection between mind and the one who thinks, and it is not only what a person thinks but also how he thinks that shall be done unto him. If you believe absolutely that you can do a certain thing, the way will always be opened for you to do it. If also you believe that time will have to elapse, then you are making that a law and time will have to elapse. If on the other hand you believe that mind knows just how and never makes mistakes but lets it be done unto you, then it will be done. Confusion brings more confusion, peace begets more peace. We cannot imagine the Great Spirit hurrying or worrying, fretting, or trying to make anything happen. The only reason we worry and fret is because we have thought there was some other power which could bring confusion. Such is not the case. There is but one, and we are always using that one, but using it according to our belief. This is our divine birthright, nothing hinders but ourselves. Remember that since all is mind, you cannot demonstrate beyond your ability to comprehend mentally, that is beyond your ability to know about a certain thing. For instance, suppose you wish to heal someone who is sick. Your ability to do this will depend entirely upon your ability to see perfection mentally, coupled also with the realization that your word destroys everything unlike itself. If you try to see perfection for a few minutes only, it will never heal. Your thought goes on at all times, and in the moments when you least realize it, conditions are being molded for you. It is not enough to declare consciously for the truth. The truth must be lived or no good results will be forthcoming. The perfect universe. The one who desires to heal must stop seeing, reading about, discussing or listening to conversation about sickness. There is no other way under the sun except as we let go of that which we do not desire and take that which we wish to have. There is too much of this deceiving ourselves into thinking that we can do two ways at once. We may deceive ourselves and possibly other people, but the law remains the same, a law of mental correspondences and nothing else. We cannot go beyond our ability to realize the truth. Water rises only to its own level. In our patience as well as in ourselves and our environment we will reflect what we are, not at our best in the few moments of silence but in the long run of ordinary life and thought. To acquire the larger consciousness is no easy task. All that we have believed in which contradicts the perfect whole must be dropped from our thought, and we must come to realize that we are now living in a perfect universe, peopled with perfect spiritual beings, each of which, coupled with the great divinity, is complete within himself. We must see that we are one in the Great One, and then we will not separate or divide but unite and add to, until in time we will find that we are living in an entirely different world from that in which we had once thought we were living. Of course this will meet with much opposition from those unenlightened souls whom we must contact in the world. But what of that? Remember, the great person is the one who can keep in the crowd the calm, even thought, the deep, divine reliance on principle. And more, this is the only way to help or to save the world. In time all people will come to the same understanding. You are lifting up the standard of life and those who are ready will follow. You have no responsibility to save the world except by exemplifying the truth. The world must save itself. All are alike. There is no difference between one person and another. Come to see all as a divine idea. Stop all negative thought, think only about what you want and never about what you do not want, as that would cause a false creation. Too much cannot be said about the fact that all are dealing with only one power, making and unmaking for you through the creative power of your own thought. If there is something in your life that you do not want there, stop fighting it, forget it. About struggle, karma. There is too much struggle coming into the metaphysical thought. Often we hear some seeker after truth say, I have a big fight ahead. O foolish and untaught, how can you hope to enter in? The kingdom comes not from without but from within, always. Stop all struggle and wait upon the sure principle that creates whatever it wills because there is nothing to oppose it. As long as we think that opposition exists we are blocking the way for the clearer vision. Those that take up the sword must perish by it not because God is a jealous God but because that is the way the law must work. Cause and effect must obtain everywhere. Do not even fuss about your karma. Too often we hear people say, this is my karma. This may be true enough but how many people know what they mean when they use the word karma? Do you realize that your karma is nothing but your false thinking and that the only way to escape it is to think the truth and that brings in the higher law? When the greater comes in the lesser leaves because there is no longer anything to give life to it. The past is gone when we learn to forgive and to forget. This erases from mind all that is held against us and even our sins are remembered no more against us forever. Fate is in our own hands and when we will rise to that pure atmosphere where we see things in their completeness and know that an all-wise power is behind it all, we will see that the infinite mind could wish for us only that which expresses itself in limitless terms. The whole trouble has been that we reason as humans and not as gods. I say ye are gods and every one of you sons of the Most High. The great law of life is thinking and becoming and when we think from the lofty heights of the spirit we will become great and not until then. Do not try to convince anyone of the truth that will bring confusion. Truth is, just as much as God is and the whole world is coming gradually into the realization of it. Keep the truth within your own soul. Lift your own self above the confusion of life and then people will believe. So all our thought is to be created in the realization of the one becoming the many, without struggle, without fear, stripped of all that denies the truth. How limited we are, how little our thought. How the human race rises in the morning, plods off to the day's work, plods home at night, sore and tired, eats and sleeps, works and dies. As has been said of the human, man works hard to get money to buy food to get strength to work hard to get money to buy food to get strength to work hard to get money, etc. This was never intended, it is the curse imposed on the one who believed in two powers, one of good and one of evil. To us there has come a greater vision and to those who believe and act as though it were true it is proving itself. We must turn from all human thought and experience. We are not downtrodden, depraved and miserable sinners, born in sin and conceived in iniquity and shame, some to go to heaven and some to hell and all to the eternal glory of God. This is a lie, it always was and always will be. But as long as we believe in a lie it seems to be present with us. Man is born of the Spirit of God Almighty, is pure, holy, perfect, complete and undefiled, at one with his eternal principle of being. Many people are finding this out and as a monument to its truth millions are daily proving it for themselves. Somewhere down the path of human experience we will all awake to the realization that we ourselves are heaven or hell. We live in spirit awaiting the touch of thought that believes. All people look, a few see. Part 2. Practice. Introduction. The one who wishes to practice metaphysics must first, last and all the time realize that he himself is a center of the divine activity. He must know that whatever God is in the universal, he is in the world in which he lives. He must know that all things are made out of spirit, which is first cause, nothing comes before spirit. Operating upon itself out of itself, it makes what it will out of its own perfect desire. He must think of the spirit as the father of his own life, eternally bound to him, eternally binding him to it. He must know that the Spirit not only can manifest through him but that it wishes to do so, the Father seeks such to worship him. The practitioner who understands the truth knows that as long as God exists, he will exist, that he could no more become non-existent than God could. Walking, talking, moving in God, he must not only see the divine being as the great unknown cause, but he must go a step further and see God as the great self-knowing, understanding power of infinite intelligence, thinking through his own thought and willing into his own life all power and all good. More than this, God must become within his own soul the greater self, the inner life, the inner light that is to light his path with sure step to the attainment of the greater ideals. God is to become the great friend of his life, understanding him and helping him at all times to understand all things. No more books, no more teachers, no more preachers, creeds, or candlesticks will he ever need. The old methods must vanish into their native nothingness, as the great realization that God is all in his life dawns upon his awakened thought. Not as the squire, when the king's at hand. Withdraw the stars, when dawns the sun's brave light. He must know that not height, nor depth, nor any other thing, can come between the soul and its perfect Creator. Too long have we listened to people. Now our own soul shall speak in a language that is unmistakable. Now shall we ourselves become masters of all life and interpreters of all mysteries. Now my Father and I are one. As the Word of God goes forth and sets in motion the all-law, so must we realize because we are one with the Word that our own thought has the power of expression. The one who wishes to heal must come to see all evil as impersonal, fastening it to no one but realizing that it is simply false thought. The healer knows that the word which he is to speak will destroy this false impression, and by erasing it, it will vanish. There should be absolutely no sense of responsibility beyond speaking the word in positive faith, knowing. All struggle belongs to the old order, in the new peace takes the place of confusion. Faith answers the cry of doubt and fear, and the word is supreme. We must know that our word is law and cannot be set aside by the false thought of the world. Every time that we state a truth, we must know that that truth destroys all that is unlike itself and frees the thought of the one whom we wish to help and to heal. This word must become the new law which frees. People are sick because they think sickness, and will be healed only when they turn from this kind of thought and begin to think in terms of health. The same power used in two ways. There is only one power, but we use it in two ways, either to destroy or to save. The blessing and the curse are one and the same thing. The power of mind used either affirmatively or negatively. The word used in fear and doubt or in faith and assurance. You do not have to understand material philosophy or be learned in the books of the human race. All these things may be good in their place, but to one who understands the greater laws of life they are as simple babblings, an infant crying in the night, an infant crying for the light. And with no language but a cry. We no longer cry, we know. We no longer ask if there be a God or if we dare to speak to him lest we die. We do not analyze, dissect, affirm, or deny. We know. We trust our own word because first we know in whom we have believed. The sooner the one who is striving to attain will realize that truth must become revealed through his own soul and not that of another, the sooner he will attain. We must then become immune from the race suggestion of an hypnotic power that sets itself up as an authority. There is no other authority than your own soul, as there is no law but that your soul has set. Leave authorities to smaller minds and to those who need a leader because of this their own self-confessed weakness, and be free. Dare to stand amidst the eternal way and proclaim your own atonement with all the power that there is, was, or ever will be. Practically the whole human race is hypnotized, thinking whatever it is told to think. We get our concepts from our physical environment. We say, see sin, sickness, and death, misery, unhappiness and calamity. And this concept we are giving to the creative, impersonal mind, and so we are making a law for ourselves that will produce what we believe in. Do we really know what law means? It means that which will exact the utmost farthing from our thought. Like produces like, attracts like, creates like. If we could see our thought and take a picture of it and of our conditions, we would see no difference between the two, for they are really but the inside and the outside of the same thing. We cannot make affirmations for 15 minutes a day and spend the rest of our time denying the thing which we have affirmed and affirming the thing which we have denied and obtain the results which we seek. We send out the word and it sets the power in motion. Then we think the opposite thing which neutralizes the first word, and zero is the result. We cannot demonstrate one iota beyond our mental ability to conceive and steadfastly to embody. Infinite as creative power is, receptive and quick as it is, it can only become to us what we first think into it. God can do for us only what He can do through us. Dare to say, behold, I am He. Great men have come and gone, and behold, a greater now stands here where I stand, and I am that one. The world will laugh and perhaps scorn. The Christian world will hold up its hands in holy horror, lest you blaspheme. The unchristian world will smile knowingly. Neither the one nor the other will understand, but the understanding of either counts for nothing. You are now free, and your freedom will yet save the world from itself. The great soul finds within himself the divine companionship which he needs. He finds within himself the peace which passeth all understanding, and the power to do all things. All power. He speaks, his word is law, and it is done unto him of all the power there is. His word knows itself to be the law of life unto all for whom it is spoken and who receive it. Healing the sick. We shall be called upon to heal all manner of disease, to comfort the sorrowing, and to bring peace to the distressed. First we must heal ourselves. When we are healing others, we are also healing ourselves. A healer's work takes place within himself. This idea of sending out thought and holding thought is all a mistake. Things come into being not only by taking thought but by knowing that the word is infinite. This word is in your own mouth, and there alone can it be spoken. Here your responsibility begins and here it ends, in your own mouth. You must feel no responsibility for the recovery of your patient, for it brings confusion and disturbance to be always wondering if it is working. It must work, if you have the sure faith and your patient is receptive. You are dealing with the same power that said, "Let there be light," and there was light. If your patient is suffering from a belief that he is dying of some dread disease, you must know that when you speak the word it will destroy this false belief and set him free. There must be no doubt about the power in the word which you speak. It should be said in perfect calm, in peace, and with absolute faith that it will work. This word then establishes the law of life unto the patient, it casts out all fear. It destroys all false sense of a material life and realizes that all is an expression of a perfect God, and so leaves nothing that can sin, be sick, suffer or die. When you are as sure of this as that you breathe, when you truly know within yourself, your patient will be healed, provided he also believes. If he does not believe, it is not your fault, and you will have done for him all that can be done. Denials. Some people teach the use of denials. This must be settled by each individual for himself. Here and at all times we must settle every question from within and not from without. No living soul can say how another should or should not work. Beware of the danger of a self-appointed authority. This danger is as apt to come into new thought as it was in the old. No one is your authority on anything. Let us look into the philosophy of denials. We find that many people teach and practice them, and we do not wish in any way to criticize them. Their reasoning is this: all disease is an image of thought held in mind until it appears in the body. It is true that without the ability to think the human could not be sick. If he thinks a sick thought, it will make him sick. When he changes his thought and thinks health, he is healed. It is taught that since sickness is negative thought, it must be counteracted by a positive thought, and that the best way is to deny the sick and affirm the positive thought. For instance, there is no matter and nothing can be the matter. This person has no material stomach, he is spiritual and not material. His lungs are not made of matter, they are spiritual ideas. I deny that this person can be sick or suffer or die. All this may be accurate. The person is a spiritual idea and so must be perfect in his real nature, but there is a question if this is the better way. When we look into the creative way of the spirit, we find it impossible for denial to enter, as the spirit recognizes no opposite to its own nature. It knows that I am, and beside me there is no other. The spirit does not deny anything, it simply affirms itself to be that which it desires to be. Seeing and recognizing no opposite to itself, it finds no need of denial. Indeed, this thought need not enter the mind. If we are working with the spirit, we need not deny but state the affirmative attitude of mind, realizing that we are dealing with the only power that exists. There is a subtle danger in using denials. We may deny to such an extent as to erect a barrier or build a mountain to overcome. Once realize that God makes things out of himself simply by speaking, and you will never again use denials in treating. All that needs changing is the false thought, and by affirming that your word destroys everything but itself, you will embody all that a denial could. In those systems that teach denials, we find that the more enlightened ones are gradually using the affirmative method, and as this is the growth of experience, there can be no doubt that it is the better method. Of one thing we may be sure: the spirit never denies. It simply knows that I am. The use of affirmations. The affirmation is the great weapon of the healer. It is in alignment with the way of the original creative spirit and is the true use of the word of all power. We need only to say that our word is the law unto the case, and calmly state what we want to be done, and then say and do nothing that contradicts it, and wait for the fulfillment of that word. There is a power that operates on what we say, and it is done unto us, and we need have no fear about the results. If I am treating Mary Jones, I need only say I am helping her, and go to work within myself to realize that she is now a perfect being, made in the image of God. I must know that I am destroying all imperfection. When I know within myself that I am speaking the truth and realize that she is perfect, the healing is done as far as I am concerned. If she receives, she is healed. I am not responsible for her receptivity. Know that there is a power that corresponds to your own mental attitude, and you will see that the way you are believing is what makes things happen the way they do. Always believe in what you are doing. Never see the negative side of life, never talk about it or listen to talk of other people, and never think about or see imperfection, and you will have no trouble in making demonstrations. The highest attitude of mind. The highest attitude of mind, from which all else springs, is one of perfect calm and absolute trust in the spirit. The one who can with perfect confidence look into the future and with perfect ease of mind rest in the present, and who never looks backward but who has learned to be still in his own soul and wait upon the spirit, he is the one who will the most completely demonstrate the supremacy of spiritual thought over all so-called material resistance. Be still and know that I am God. Non-resistance. Resist not evil and it will flee from you. Here is a statement of one of the great laws of our being. When we resist, we make a mental image of the thing we are fighting, and that tends to have it created for us. When we learn to look only at what we want and never at what we do not want, we will no longer resist anything. Suffer it to be so now. You need not try to change the world. Let it alone. All people are doing the best they can. No one needs to be saved but yourself, and the sooner you realize this, the sooner you will attain. Get over that holier than thou attitude. It is an illusion that many people suffer from, especially in the religious world. The world is all right, it is not going to hell. It is on the way to heaven. It is getting good so fast that in the process many things are being overturned and confusion appears to be on the surface. A great change is taking place, and on the surface the results are as yet a little mixed, but underneath, the power is at work destroying all unlike itself. In time all will come to see this. What a load of responsibility we assume that we were never meant to carry. Remember that in the divine plan no mistakes are made, and that if God could have done it in a better way it would have been done differently. No souls are lost, for all live and move and have their being in God, and God is not a God of the dead but of the living, for in the sight of God all are alive. Too long have we believed in the negative simply because we have allowed ourselves to become hypnotized by a few strong-minded people and by those who have imposed upon the race a mass of false philosophy. Be alive. There is no place in the new order for dead ones. The true metaphysician is alive to all that is useful. Filling his place in the events of the human race, he takes in all its labor and in all its fun. Pessimism must be relegated to the scrap heap. There is no place among the living for the dead. Let the dead bury their dead, follow thou me. Do not hesitate to enter into the game of life, but do so with a zest and an enthusiasm that overflows with life. Fill yourself with the radiance of a life running over with power and usefulness. Then shall the world see your light. People in New Thought above all others should enter into the business world, into educational vocations, into politics, into every walk of life, and there prove before a waiting world, tired of itself, that a man's a man, with this difference, not a son of man but a son of God. Be happy. How can we hope to make the world see the right way unless we overflow with joy? The world has now too many sad faces. We see them everywhere, that resigned look that seems to say, one rebuff more or less makes no difference. I am already so sad that nothing matters. I can't bear it. This was all right when we thought everything was all wrong, but now we know that all is well with the world. We must get over this depression which robs us of the power of attraction of the good things of life and enter in. The man who is always glad will surround himself with people who are happy, and life will be a continual enjoyment. This robs no one. It does not make a race of irresponsible people. It makes a world of joy, a world that is good to live in. No one wants to associate with the dead. People are looking for a more abundant expression of life, not for depression and fault-finding. Find fault with no one, and more than this, find no fault with yourself. Get over the thought of condemning people and things. People and things are all right, let them alone and enjoy life. Your very atmosphere will cheer and uplift the people who contact you, and a new life will enter into them. Overflow. As it's given me to perceive, I most certainly believe. When a man's glad plumb through, God's pleased with him, same as you. Live in the present. Life is for us today. There will be no change for tomorrow unless we do the changing today. Today we are setting in motion the power of tomorrow. Today is God's day, and we must extract from it what of life we are to live. Tomorrow in the divine course of events will care for itself. The soul that learns to live in the great gladness of today will never weary of life, but will find that he is living in an eternal here and now. Now, all good is his. Now, all life, truth and love are his. Now, he has entered in, and the good things of life are his today. Lord, for tomorrow and its needs I do not pray. Make me to do thy will just for today. Let your soul sing today, and the song that comes tomorrow will be all the sweeter, will ring out over the vistas of time with an unmistakable clearness. Here is a soul who knows himself and has found life within himself, who has met God today. No more waiting, no more longing, no more weary roads to travel. He has arrived. The goal is won and peace has come at last. Today, see the good in all things. Learn to see God in all manifestation, in all people, through all events. The ordinary person sees only the lump of matter. Not so with the awakened soul. He sees in all things the divine mind at work, molding out into expression what it feels itself to be of life, of color, of form, and beauty. There are some illusioned ones who claim that what we see is all false and that the so-called material universe is an unreality. What a mistake! What we see is the body of God, full, free, complete, whole. A primrose by the river's brim, a yellow primrose was to him, and it was nothing more. He never saw the idea behind, it was seen only as matter, 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 yet what he could have seen was God's thought of himself coming out into wonderful beauty and color and form. The Infinite One manifesting in an infinite variety of forms. What do you see when you look upon the human form, the crowning glory of God's perfect creation? Matter, matter, matter. Flesh, blood, and bones? Indeed, these may be passing into expression, but what of the idea, what of the reality of the body? This body of ours is as real as God is real. It would not be if it were an illusion. The very touch of the flesh should send a thrill through the whole body, bringing up its vibration to a higher pitch, to a finer form. The body is not one mass of pollution, it is the temple of the living God and should be so thought of. Too long have we condemned it, and now we must free it by reversing the process. Of all things on earth, the human body is the most beautiful, the most wonderful, and the most God-like. If you do not love your brother whom you have seen, how can you love God whom you have not seen? Human magnetism is not hypnotism, it is the divinity of humanity in expression, and when we learn to convert human passion into divine love, to transmute the lower into the higher, we shall have with us a power of attraction against which nothing can stand. He who hath ears to hear, let him hear. When we behold a beautiful sunset, we should see the wonderful thought of God, the radiance of His presence. In the strength of the hills we should see the strength of the Spirit, and seeing all things as spiritual ideas, we should learn to love them because God has made them and given them to us to use. The soul who in ecstasy can rush up to a tree and embrace it realizes more of God than all the bigoted priests who have ever lived. The one who can sniff the ocean breeze with delight feels the presence of the divine being more keenly than does the one who kneels in despair before an awful God of justice. Learn then how to appreciate nature and nature's God. Spend much time in the outdoors, look up at the stars, let them be your companions, tread the pathless ways of the trees and the giant forests, and see God in everything that you look upon, the God of the everywhere. Be expectant. Expect the best to happen. Don't sit around waiting for trouble, have absolutely nothing to do with it. It is no part of the divine plan. It is an illusion of the material sense. One who has learned to trust will not be surprised even when he finds things coming from the most unexpected sources. All things are ours to use and then let go of. What more can we ask? We want nothing that we have to keep, things are to use, not to hold. Expect that everything is to come your way. Be content and cheerful if you wish to attract from out the store of the infinite. Open up your whole consciousness to the greater possibilities of life. Line up with the big things. When you speak the word, expect it to happen. Know that it must be as you say. This will not be fooling yourself, it will simply be using the law as it is meant to be used. Expanding our thought. All things come to us through the use of our thought. If we have a small concept of life, we will always be doing small things. First in the creative series is the word, but the word carries us no further than our consciousness back of it. Unless we are constantly expanding our thought, we are not growing. Growth is the law of life, and it is necessary. We cannot stand still. If you want to do a new thing, get a new thought, and then you will have the power of attraction, which has the possibility of drawing to you the circumstances which will make for the fulfillment of your desires. Get over the old idea of limitation. Overcome all precedents and set yourself in the new order of things. If you want to build a railroad, you will never do it unless you get over the idea that the most you can hope for in life is to sell peanuts. Let the people sell peanuts for a living who think in the terms of peanuts. Get out of the rut. God has created you for a glorious future. Dare to fling out into mind the greater assurances about yourself. The power of a treatment. Treatment has as much power as we put into the word which we speak when we are giving it. This does not mean screwing up our mind or using our willpower or using force from the material standpoint. It means simply knowing that what we say will be done unto us of a power which can do anything that is given it to do. We must know that our word breaks down every material law and sets the patient free to express God. We must know that the word would endure even though all else should fail. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will accomplish. In calm confidence and perfect faith, speak and wait upon the perfect law. Get that mental attitude that never wavers. Be sure and it will be done. Repeating the treatment. One treatment would heal anything if it were not for the fact that people are constantly receiving false suggestions from the outer life. As it now stands, we should treat until we get results, always expecting that it will happen at once. Every treatment should be complete, and at the close we should always realize that it is done. The word spoken once from the mind that knows is immediately taken up by the mind in which we live, and this mind begins to create around the word, which is the seed, the thing thought of. We must speak that word with authority. There can be no wondering if it is going to work. When we plant a seed in the ground and water and care for it, we never doubt but a plant will spring into being. So it is with the word. It is acted upon by some power which we do not see, but that the power is there. There is no doubt, since all who go about it get results. As Thomas Edison says of electricity, it is, use it. So we say of mind, it is, use it. Always remember that your every thought is the way that you are treating, since it is the way that you are thinking. Impersonal healing. The very presence of one that understands the truth will have a great power of healing. The reason for this is that we are all in mind, and we have with us at all times our thought, and since all manifestation is the result of mind in action, and we are thinking beings and are always causing mind to act, the very presence of our thought will have some power to act upon whatever we are thinking about. We are dealing with a power which in itself is limitless. We limit it, and so it cannot become to us the bigger thing. Of itself the power is the same that made the worlds, and it cannot realize any sense of limitation. They could not enter in because of their unbelief and because they limited the Holy One of Israel. Stop limiting things. Things are as big as we make them, no more, no less. There is room at the top. Get on top of everything and dare to dominate the earth. All things are given us to use, make use of them. Everything is limitless, and we must see the truth that the fault is not in the law but in ourselves when we fail. Not with God but with humanity. Dare, dare, dare. Think of the bigness of things in the universe, think of the number of grains of sand, the profusion of all life, and never again limit anything. All is yours to use. Jesus would never have become the Christ unless he had had the courage to say, "Behold, I am he." You will never attain until in some degree you are able to say the same thing of yourself. We must learn to reach out and take what is meant for us, the greater life, the all-good. People say, Yes, but how do you do it? Simply know that God makes things out of himself by speaking the word, and that in your own life you can do the same. All people can think and all people can speak, at least mentally. This is all that you need to begin on. The word is at the center of all creation and is first cause, the starting point of all that you see. The word is in your own mouth and all that you have to do is to speak it. The trouble is that we are speaking the word and in the next breath we are denying its power by seeing something that contradicts it. If the word is the way that God creates, it is the right way. If it works for God, shall it not work for us? As yet our word is more or less imperfect, but more and more it will become perfect, and so the outer condition will be brought up to the inner word. All words have as much power as we put into them when we speak. The word is already in our own mouths. That word is all that you will ever need to bring happiness, health, and success to you. Do you wish to live in a perfect world peopled with friends who love you, surrounded by all that is beautiful and pleasing? Do you wish to have the good things of life? There is but one way, and that way is as sure as that the sun shines. Forget all else and think only upon what you want. Control all thought that denies the real, and as the mist disappears before the sun, so shall all adversity melt before the shining radiance of your own exalted thought. The prodigal son remained a prodigal only so long as he chose to do so. When the thought came to him to return, he was greeted by the Father with outstretched hands. So shall we find that when we turn to that world which is perfect, there will be something that will turn with us, and we shall behold the new heaven and the new earth, not in some far-off place somewhere beyond the clouds, but here and now shall we become free. We must do away with all that hinders the true growth, all the little thoughts that hinder us from becoming. Human strife comes from the thought that there is not enough to go around. Forget it. We cannot use even what we see, and what we do not see is infinite. You will rob no one by becoming prosperous, and the laws that underlie this state of being are simple and easy to understand and not hard to attain for the one who is willing to let go of the negative state of being. Prosperity. Here are a few simple rules for prosperity that are as sure of working as that water is sure to be wet. First, remember that nothing happens by chance. All is law and all is order. You create your own laws every time you think. There is something, call it what you will, but there is a power around you that knows and that understands all things. This power works like the soil. It receives the seed of your thought and at once begins to operate upon it. It will receive whatever you give to it and will create for you and throw back at you whatever you think into it. This means that the practitioner should be very careful how he is thinking at all times. Not alone in the moments of the deeper silence are we treating our patients, but perhaps more than this, we are treating them in an impersonal way at all times. When we take a patient into our thought for a treatment, there will be a constant stream of consciousness flowing out to him, during all the time that he is in our care. We should be very careful of our thoughts as we realize the deep truths of mental action and reaction. What is the spiritual mind? What is true spirituality? Many people have asked this, and as many have answered it. I do not pretend to know more about this all-important topic than others, but to the thinking person who has come to realize that all is love, yet at the same time all is governed by law, there must be a different answer given than the one we ordinarily hear. The average religious person thinks that spirituality must manifest in some unnatural way, such as giving up all personal pleasure and becoming resigned to whatever happens, that we must give up most of what life holds here, that in some far-off future perhaps we may attain. This was not the case with the person of Jesus. We have more accounts of his being at feasts and weddings and similar gatherings than at other places. His first miracle was performed at a wedding feast, and we must remember that here he even turned water into wine for the pleasure of the guests of the house. Perhaps we have made a mistake about what true spirituality means. Other people think we must live some kind of an excluded life in order to obtain. Perhaps this may be true of the weak ones. But what of the world? What of the busy street? Is it not to be saved also? Jesus spent much time with the common people as well as with the rich. And it is certain that he also spent much time alone with the Spirit. What is the Spirit, anyway? We all answer, why of course, it is God. Where is the Spirit? It is present at all times and in all places. True spirituality must simply mean coming to realize the presence of this Spirit. It must be coming to rely upon it more than anything else. The one then who is the most spiritual is simply the one who relies the most, that is all. No matter where he is, he must rely, he must trust, he must believe. We do not have to give up anything but negative thought and act. We do not want to do anything that contradicts the forward march of the unfoldment of the Spirit, so all that we think and do must be in line with that which is right. But who shall say what is and what is not right? Remember this forever, only your own soul shall say what is right and what is wrong. To thine own self be true and it shall follow as the night the day, thou canst not then be false to any man. Look to no one for guidance. This is the blind leading the blind. The Almighty has put the truth into your own soul, look there and there alone for it. Many people seem to think that for a person to look spiritual he must have no color in his face, have some kind of faraway truth, he must be peculiar either in looks or in the way he dresses. To one who knows the truth, both praise and blame sound alike, but from the human standpoint at least a person cannot help being amused at the way in which the world judges true spirituality. My idea of true spirituality is that a person should live a perfectly normal life, entering into and enjoying all in life that is clean and good. He should place himself absolutely under the divine guidance. Other than this he will seem just like other people, neither better nor worse. Get over all kinds of unnatural thought and remember that all is good. Neither criticize nor condemn people or things. You are spiritual in so far as you trust in the Spirit, at all times, in all places, under all conditions. In order to do this you do not have to seclude yourself from the world. To do so is an open confession of your own weakness and lack. There are moments when it is best to be alone with the power. From these moments we gather strength. To keep that strength to ourselves is pure selfishness. Walk, talk, live with the human race, hand in hand with all people and unified with all events, live and love and learn. Be natural and normal. If you seek to enter some other way it must all be done over again, for no one lives or dies unto himself but unto all people. The Church of God. The Church of God is not built with hands, it is eternal in the heavens. It is not lighted with candles. Its dome is heaven and it is lighted by the stars of God's illumined thought, and each member in his separate star shall draw the thing as he sees it, for the God of things as they are. Here all people recognize the God within their own souls and ask for and see no other God. When you can look upon all creation as the perfect work of a perfect God, you will become a member of this church. I doubt very much if the Church Universal admits members from the Church Individual. When you can see in the saint and the sinner one and the same person, when you can realize that the one who kneels before the altar and the one who lies drunk in the street is the same one, when you can love the one as much as you do the other, no doubt you will be able to qualify. As it now is, we have too many preachers who do not understand, that have no purpose, too many prayers, too many creeds, too many teachers, that have no message, too many churches, too many learned people and too few thinkers. The kingdom of heaven cometh not by observation. It is the still, small voice within the soul that speaks. The expanded thought will never wish to join or be joined to. Nothing human can contain it. It feels the limitation of form and ceremony and longs for the freedom of the Spirit, the great outdoors, the great God of the everywhere. Alone in the desert, the forest, or by the restless ocean, looking up at the stars, we breathe forth these words, with only my Maker and me. The path to prosperity. The healing of conditions is no different from other healing. All healing is the constructive use of a mental law which the world is gradually beginning to understand something of. Again we must reiterate the principle of all life. We are surrounded by a thinking medium from which all things come. We think into it, it does the rest. Since we are thinking beings and cannot stop thinking, and since creative mind receives our thought and cannot stop creating, it must always be making something for us. What it will make depends absolutely and only upon what we are thinking, and what we will attract will depend entirely upon our holding thought to the complete exclusion of all that would contradict it. It is not enough that we should sit down and say, "I am one with infinite life." This must mean more than mere words. It must be felt, it must become an embodiment of a positive mental attitude. It is not claiming something to be true which is going to happen. It is not sending out an aspiration or a desire or a supplication or a prayer. It must be the embodiment of that which knows that now it is. This is more than holding a thought. Our ability to attract will depend upon the largeness of our thought as we feel that it flows out into a great universal creative power. We are dealing with the form in thought and not with the form in matter. We have learned that when we get the true form in thought and permeate it with the spirit of belief, we will see the thought made flesh without any further effort on our part. Thought can attract to us only that which we first mentally embody. We cannot attract to ourselves that which we are not. We can attract in the outer only that which we have first completely mentally embodied within, that which has become a part of our mental makeup, a part of our inner understanding. A man going into business will attract to himself that which he thinks about the most. If he is a barber, he will attract people who want to be shaved or have their hair cut. If he sells shoes, he will attract people who want to buy shoes. So it is with everything. We will not only do this, but we will also attract as much of anything as we mentally embody. This is apt to be overlooked in the study of metaphysics. It is not enough to say that we attract what we think, we become what we think, and what we become we will attract. Do not become merely sentimental about this. Your life is governed by more than a sentiment, it is governed by law, something that cannot be broken, something that picks up every mental attitude and does something with it. This fundamental proposition of the law should then work out into our conditions. Always remember that it does just as we think. It does not argue, it simply does the thing as we think it. Now, how are we thinking? Never ask a patient how he is feeling, ask how are you thinking today? This is the only thing that matters. How are we thinking about life and our conditions? Are we receiving the race suggestion? Are we saying that there is not enough to go around? If we are saying this, it is our belief, and there is something that will see that it becomes a part of our expression. Most people, through ignorance of the higher laws of their being, are suffering from the thoughts imposed upon them from a negative and doubtful world. We who are claiming the use of the greater law must emancipate ourselves from all sense of limitation. We are not to be governed by the outer confusion but by the inner realization. We are to judge life not from the way that things in the past have been done but from the way that the Spirit does things. The way of the Spirit. Again, let us say that the Spirit creates by becoming the thing that it thinks. There is no other possible way in which it could work. Since it is all and there is no other, the thought of opposing forces never enters into its mental working. When we are judging from the outer, we are not working in line with the power that we should be using. We must come to see that there is only one power and that we are touching it at all points, for there is not a power of poverty and a power of prosperity. There is the one becoming the many. It makes and it unmakes that a higher form may appear to express through it. All that is not in line with its forward movement will soon pass away, for it recognizes no opposite. As far as we are concerned, what we are and what we are to become depends only upon what we are thinking, for this is the way that we are using creative power. The sooner we get away from the thought that we have to create, the sooner we will be able to work in line with the Spirit. Always we use, we never create anything. The united intelligence of the human race could not make a single rosebud, it does not know enough. But our slightest thought adrift in mind causes the same power that makes all things to create for us. The great error of the races and always has been that people have thought to give a physical reason for things. When that reason has not answered the problems of life, they have sought out some other reason just as physical. The fact that they are all wrong is shown in that every generation has found a different reason. When truth is found, it will also be found that it never changes to suit the whims of the human fancy. This is proven by the fact that whatever of the real truth the race has discovered has never been changed. The truth that was revealed to the prophets of old has never changed, it is the same today as it was thousands of years ago. Whoever touches truth, no matter in what generation, will always get the same answer. The great truth that was revealed from Moses to the time of Jesus is the same truth that is still revealed to all who will accept it. It is simply this: we are now living in a spiritual universe governed by mental laws of cause and effect. Moses saw it mostly from the standpoint of the law of cause and effect, an eye for an eye. What does this mean? It means, as Jesus said, as a man sows, so shall he reap. Moses saw the law. Jesus saw not only the law, I am come not to destroy but to fulfill, but he saw behind the law the reason for it and revealed behind all law the great lawgiver, a God of love working out the great inner concepts of his own being in harmony and in beauty, filled with peace, causing the sun to shine alike upon the just and the unjust. Jesus did not try to overcome the use of law. He understood all law and he well knew that all law was at his command. He did not break the law, he fulfilled it. So we must find that all is at our command through these same laws. The person who understands law and complies with it will have no difficulty in demonstrating that it is as true for him as it ever was for anyone else. What, then, are the laws underlying prosperity? The first is this, and we must not try to escape it: thou shalt have no other gods before me. This me is spirit. We are then to trust only in the activity of spirit for what we need. But the world will say, human things come through human agencies. This may be true, but we must realize that the power we are dealing with also has within its own mind all people and all things. We do not have to treat people, what we have to do is to embody principle. Principle may use people, but that is no part of our responsibility. Ultimately all is spirit, and spirit which is the beginning is also the end of all manifestation. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Our life then, is to be governed by spirit. We need look no further. It will do for us all that we will ever ask, provided we believe. Why then, has it not done so? The answer is that it has already done so, but we have not received it. The Spirit may offer, but we must accept the gift before it can be made. Behold, I stand at the door and knock. We must understand that this receiving is a mental process, it is one of mentally taking. The way then, that we are using mind through our thought is the way that we are treating ourselves for prosperity. So simple, and yet we have not understood it. If a person says, I have not, he will not receive. If he says, I have, he will receive. To those who have shall be given, and to those who have not shall be taken away even that which they have. This is a veiled statement of the law of cause and effect. When you send out into mind the thought that you have not, it accepts the idea and takes away from you even that which you have. Reverse the process and say, I have, and it will at once set to work to create for you even more than you now possess. You will readily see then that you are not dealing with two powers but with one, and that it operates through your own thought, doing unto all even as they believe. The level of consciousness. Since all is mind and it is done unto us as we mentally think, all life is simply a law of thought, an activity of consciousness. In our life the power flows through us. If we provide a big receptivity, it will do a big thing. If, On the other hand, we only believe in a small way, the activity must be a small one. The Spirit can do for us only what it can do through us. Unless we are able to provide the consciousness, it cannot make the gift. Few people have a great consciousness, and this explains why so few excel. The power behind all things of itself is without limit. It is all power, and in us it has to become what we make it. We carry within our own soul the key to all expression, but few enter in. The door is not seen with the physical eye, and as yet but few have gained the ability to see, the majority merely look. Realizing then, that while the power is limitless, it must become operative through our own thought, we shall see that what we need is not some greater power, but that what we really need is a greater consciousness, a deeper realization of life, a grander concept of being. We must unify ourselves with the great whole. The person who dares to fling his thought out into universal intelligence with the positive assurance of one who knows and dares to claim all there is will find that it will be done. God will honor his request. On the other hand, the one who fears to speak lest God will smite will find himself smitten of the law, not because God is angry but because it is done as he believes. We have a right to have and should expect to have in this world all that will make for the comfort and for the luxuries of life. What matter how much we have, if we rob no other soul to get it? Shall not the power that so lavishly spreads itself out into nature give to us its highest expression, all that we can ask? We dishonor God when we claim less than all. Until we can expand our thoughts so that we shall be able to say also, I am, we need not expect to get great results. The soul that knows its own divinity is the great soul. Before it all else must bend, to it all else must gravitate. Enlarge your thought processes. Away with the little personal thoughts of things and dare to think in universal terms about all things. The universe is running over with good, it is for you, but you must believe and then take it. Do you dare to believe that your own word is invincible? When you speak it, how do you feel? Is it limitless? Is it all power? Is all power given to you in heaven and on earth? Are you one with the only power that there is? Until you can say yes to all these questions and not simply believe them but know them, you cannot hope to attain. It is useless in making a demonstration to beg for things, as well beg that water should be wet or that fire should be hot. Things are, we must take them. Your word has only the power that you put into it, no more and no less. We are all held accountable for every word that we speak, because all is the action and the reaction of mind. We are our own heaven and our own hell. We start a new enterprise and wonder what the chances of success are. Have we realized that the outer is simply the inner manifested? When we go to a new place, we shall find there only what we have taken with us. If we have taken success, we will find success. If, on the other hand, we have taken failure, we will find failure. This is the law, none can avoid it, none need try. Every living soul is a law unto his own life. There is no law but my own soul shall set. Nothing can come upon the path of the soul but that thing that the soul attracts. Practice for prosperity. Prosperity is in our own hands to do with as we will, but we will never reach it until we learn to control our thought. We must see only what we want and never allow the other things to enter. If we wish activity, we must be active in our thought. We must see activity and speak it into everything that we do. The spoken word shall bring it to pass. We speak the word, it is brought to pass of the power that we speak it into. We can only speak the word that we understand, the activity will correspond to our inner concepts. If they are large, the results will be large. The thing to do is to unify ourselves with all the biggest ideas that we can compass, and realizing that our ideas govern our power of attraction, we should be constantly enlarging within ourselves. We must realize our at one ment with all power and know that our word will bring it to pass. We speak the word, it is brought to pass. As consciousness grows, it will manifest in enlarged opportunities and a greater field of action. Most people think in the terms of universal powers. Feel that you are surrounded by all the power that there is when you speak, and never doubt but that what you say will spring into being. We should speak right out into mind all that we desire and believe that it will be done unto us. Never take the time to listen to those who doubt. We observe that their philosophy has done but little to save the world or themselves. Here again, let the dead bury the dead, and see to it that you maintain in your own thought what you want, letting go of all else. Think only what you want to happen, and never let yourself get mentally lazy and sluggish, taking on the suggestions of poverty and limitation. See yourself as being in the position that you desire, mentally dwell upon it, and then speak with perfect assurance that it is done, and then forget it and trust in the law. This will answer all needs. If you want to do this for someone else, all that you will need to do is to think of them and go through the same process of mind action. You will be sending out the truth for them, and mind being always active will not contradict what you have said. Remember that you cannot hope to get results unless you keep but the one idea and do not mix thoughts in your mind. All is yours, but you must take it. The taking is always a mental process, it is believing absolutely. This is divine principle. Conclusion. Principle itself is simplicity, yet it is infinite. It is infinite mind and manifestation of mind. We live in a spiritual universe governed through thought, or the word, which first becomes law. This law creates what we call matter. Jesus Christ discerned the truth about spiritual principles more than any other person who ever lived, and he proclaimed the eternal reign of law and understanding, absolute, complete, perfect, and he found that law to be operative through his own thought and the power of his own word. And when you and I shall cease looking outside ourselves to any person, and shall realize that whatever truth and whatever power we shall have must flow through us. When we begin to interpret our own natures, we shall begin to understand God and law and life, and not until then. We live and move and have our being in what we call an infinite mind. An infinite creative mind, also infinitely receptive, operative, omnipotent, and all-knowing, and we have learned that this mind presses against us on all sides, flows through us and becomes operative through our thinking. The human race, ignorant of the laws of this mind, ignorant of the power of its own thought, has through its ignorance misused and abused the creative power of its thought and brought upon itself the thing it feared. This is true because all thought is law, and all law is mind in action, and the word which you speak today is the law which shall govern your life tomorrow, as the word which you spoke, ignorantly or innocently, consciously or unconsciously yesterday, is absolutely governing your life today. As metaphysicians, then, we are not dealing with a material nor denying a manifest universe, but we are claiming that the manifestation is the result of the inner activity of the mind, and if we wish for a definite manifestation we must produce a definite inner activity. You and I, then, are not dealing with conditions but with mental and spiritual law. We are dealing with the power of thought, the power of mind, and the more spiritual the thought, the higher the manifestation. The more our reliance upon what we call God, the greater the power. It is the new education because it strips all the false from the old belief and reveals the individual. It is the new age, because as sure as God is, it will usher in and express the perfect life, the revelation of this truth and our ability to use it, and it is your own fault when you know this and do not prove it. If, knowing the infinite power flowing through you, you still remain sick and unhappy, miserable and poor, my friend, it is your own fault. Do not blame God, do not blame humanity, and do not say it is of the devil. It is your own fault. Every time you say I am, you are recognizing the eternal infinite presence of omnipotent power within yourself, which is God operating through your thought, and that is why you bring upon yourself the thing you fear and why you bring to yourself the thing you want. When 51% of your thinking is health and life and power, that day the 51% will swallow up, erase, kill out the rest. The day you, as an individual, through 51% of your thought, pass beyond the perception of limitation, you will draw out of the universe everything you desire, poverty will desert you and you will be emancipated forever. The day you think 51% of happiness, misery shall depart and never return. Is it not then worth your time and your effort, and should it not be the greatest purpose in the life of any awakened soul so to depict this principle as to emancipate himself? The way can be shown, but each individual must himself walk the way. We are so bound by suggestion and hypnotized by false belief, so entangled by the chaotic thinking of the world, thinking which is based upon the principle of a dual mind, that we become confused and are not ourselves. Wake up. Your word is all-powerful. Your consciousness is one with omnipotence. Your thought is infinite. Your destiny is eternal and your home is everlasting heaven. Realize the truth. I am living in a perfect universe. It always was perfect and always will be perfect. There never was a mistake made, there are no mistakes being made, and there never will be. I live in the great and eternal universe of perfection from cause to effect, from beginning to end, and the world's all right and I know it. Majestic and calm, waiting with eternal and divine patience, the great principle of life is ready to give to us all that it has. And while we listen and wait, we will cast from us everything that hinders its complete expression through us. We will let go of all struggle and all strife and be at peace with life. Perfect peace to the soul as we rest in the realization of our unity with all that there is, was, or ever will be. One with the infinite mind. All the power of the Spirit is working through our thought as we believe and receive. Now we will ask for and take that thing which we desire. It is done, it is complete, now and forever. Perfect life, perfect healing, perfect harmony, divine guidance, infinite strength and joy forever. Questions and answers. What is the truth? The truth is that which is. It is all that is. As there cannot be something and nothing, so the truth, being that which is, must at the same time be all that there is. Where is the truth? If the truth is all, it must be everywhere. Being all, there is no other substance to divide it with. Being undivided, it is everywhere present. All truth, which means all power, must be present at all points or at any given point, at any and at all times. Has the truth changed? A substance cannot change unless there is something for it to change into. Since the truth is all, it cannot change, for there is no other thing for it to change into. Whatever is the truth, then, has never changed. Is the truth or that which is, one or many? It must be one, since it is all. Is the truth conscious? Yes, man is conscious. We could not be so unless truth or life were conscious. Man's self-consciousness proves the self-consciousness of life or truth or spirit. Like produces like. What comes out of life? Everything that is comes out of life. If life is all, then it follows that all that is some form of life. How does life make things? Being all, it must make things out of itself. It must operate upon itself, through itself, and out of itself must make all that is made. Being conscious, it must know that it is doing this. What would we call this inner movement of life? The inner movement of life or consciousness we would call thought, or the self-knowing of life or spirit. Then the universe and all that is a part of it comes from thought? Yes, everything comes from thought. Do we not see a visible world that seems to change? And if we do, how is it that it could come from something that never changes? Yes, we do see a changing world, but back of it is a changeless substance. The thing that changes is the thought or form. The substance from which this form comes never changes. It is one and undivided and takes form through thought in all things. We prove this when we resolve all things into one source. All material things, so-called, can be reduced into formless substance, the sole activity of which must be thought or the movement of intelligence upon itself. What causes form to change? The intelligence behind it. Is there nothing in the universe then but life, thought and form? These are all. If this is true, what is physical law? Physical law is simply the result of the inner movement of life. If things and laws are the result of the inner movement of life, then does it not follow that thoughts are things? Yes, all things are simply thought forms. How long does thought last as form? As long as the thought is held in life or mind. Does the thought of life, mind, or good ever change? From all that we can know, the thought of God seems to change. That is, planets change, take form and again become formless. When we realize that all this can take place without ever changing the substance behind it, we see no reason why God's thought could not change and ever build up a higher form. Indeed, this is one of the teachings of ancient wisdom, that while reality never changes, the form that it takes is ever changing. What is man's place in the creative order? Man is a thinking center in mind, reproducing in a smaller scale all there is in the universe. Does this not make man's thought creative? In a certain sense it does. What we call creation is not making something out of nothing, but it is thought taking form. And as man thinks and as thought must take form, then it must follow that man's thought must take form in mind and so become creative. What is our thought? It is the activity of that something within that can say, I am. What is the difference between God and man? The very fact that man can say, I am, proves that he is. Since he is, he must be made out of life and must be some part of all that there is. This being so, man must be a part of God's consciousness. The difference would be in degree only. He must be as much of life as he recognizes himself to be. Is all of man's thought creative? Yes, all or none. If one thought produces, then all must. If this be true, how is it that man seems to be so limited? Because he has thought limitation, and thoughts are things and will always make the thing thought of. In reality, the very fact that man's thought can limit him also proves that it could free him from all limitation by simply changing his thought. But why is man so made that he can think two ways? This is a question that can be answered only in one way. Unless a man can think as he wants to think, he would not be a man at all but simply a piece of mechanism. Man is an individual, and that means self-choice, backed by a power that will produce the thing chosen. In discovering himself, man chooses many things, uses them and passes to a higher choice, ever ascending in the scale of being. As fast as he chooses, he experiences that thing which he thinks about. What is evil? Evil is the result of a lack of clear seeing, based upon a belief in two powers and limitation, and what we call sin is the result of man's struggle to find himself. If this be true, why could we not at once begin to change our whole life by first changing our thought? We could. We would not be changing real substance, but we would be changing the form that it takes through our thought. All that we can change is the form of thought through which experiences come to us. What is the limit of man's creative use of mind? Man is limited by nothing but his own thinking, by his mental ability to conceive. What is meant by mental conception? All things are produced by thought. The thing produced from mind is first formed in thought, thought molds mind into form. But do we not have to act? We cannot think without acting. An inactive body is the result of an inactive mind. In using our creative powers, how far do we have to consider the conditions under which we live? We do not have to consider them at all. Conditions are the result, the effect, and not the cause. We create them as fast as we think. How would a person start to change conditions? By first changing thought and by realizing that we are not dealing with an illusion but with the great reality. Then by acting as though we already have what we think. How long would it take to do this? As long as it would take to let go of all negative thought and embody all positive thought. This would depend entirely upon the individual and his mental ability to control thought. What would hinder us the most? Ourselves. No one gives to us but ourselves, and no one takes from us but ourselves. Can no one else help us? Only to a limited degree. While we may be helped by those who understand the law, for a time, yet sooner or later we must ourselves take the creative responsibility of our own lives. Others may think for us for a few moments a day, but we think for ourselves all the time. But does not God help us? Yes, God helps all, but must do it through law. All's love yet all's law. How should we pray? By giving thanks that we already have that thing that we pray for, by completely believing and by never doubting. When ye pray, believe that ye have received and ye shall receive. We must be sure that in no way shall we think, act or talk or read about limitation. We must all be a law unto ourselves. Definitions. God, infinite spirit, self-knowing mind, life, truth, intelligence, love, all cause and all effect. That invisible power which makes all things out of itself, by an inner action of its own thought upon itself. The visible universe, the ideas of God in expression, the body of God, expression of the divine mind. All visible life is an expression of an inner concept. Law, mind in action. Law is not cause, it is effect. It is intelligence operating. All law is universal. Vibration, not intelligence, but the result of intelligence, it follows cause. Thought, the activity of mind. Man, a thinking center in mind. Creation, thought becoming form. The Immaculate Conception. Sin, lack of understanding. Righteousness, spiritual understanding. Sickness, image of thought held in mind appearing on the body. Health, the realization of perfect life. Poverty, limited thought. Riches, the realization of our unity with life, which is limitless. Consciousness, the realization of the fact that we are. Life, consciousness of power and activity. Truth, that which is. Realization, an inner thought process whereby we become conscious of our unity with life. Absolute, complete self-knowing. Causation, God, Spirit, Life, that which is. Intelligence, that which knows that it is. Unfoldment, the birth of ideas coming forth from mind. Illusion, belief in two powers. Soul, the inner creative life, the feminine, receptive, creative. Sense, not an illusion, but the faculties through which we contact life in its expression. Motion, the inner activity of life producing manifestation. Effect, the result of inner motion. The word, the activity of thought. Faith, positive mental activity. Fear, negative mental activity. Attraction, the drawing power of thought. Unity, one mind flowing through all, and in all. Objective, life in its outer form. Subjective, life in its inner thought or form. Karma, the law of cause and effect. The result of past thought and action binding the ignorant and freeing the wise. Multiplicity, the bringing forth from the one of an infinite variety of form, color, and motion. Treatment, the mental and spiritual activity of thought for a definite end. Demonstration, the result of correct thought. Heaven, the atmosphere of correct thought. Hell, the atmosphere of false thinking. Peace, mind resting in the realization that it is all. Poise, an inner calm which never fears. Power, the result of the union of peace and poise. Creative mind and success. A word from the author. This foreword is being written in 1957 for the 19th printing of this little book. I have just reread it probably for the first time since it originally appeared in 1919. And as I read, I contemplated what changes might have occurred in my thinking during these 38 years, what revisions I might make in the manuscript if I were writing it today. They were few, for truth is ageless, timeless, changeless. We may have modified our techniques slightly, for we certainly should make improvements in nearly 4 decades of experience with the law of mind in action. For example, we no longer hold thoughts. We think positive thoughts and then release them, charged with the spiritual energy of faith, into the universal mind which is common to all men. Neither do we use the power of will to set the law in motion. We use our God-given power of choice, either to use the law constructively or destructively. This much I know, that if I were writing this book today, it would be penned with far greater conviction than in 1919, for during these intervening years I have witnessed proof in hundreds of cases that all is love, yet all is law in the realm of mind. At that time I wrote, already thousands are using this great power, and thousands are eagerly watching and waiting for the new day. It is gratifying to note that during these 38 years, many more thousands have learned the truth that sets man free, free from the man-made dogmas and superstitions that have fettered man's thinking down through the centuries. I am more convinced than ever that the science of mind, as expounded in our textbook under that name, based upon the teachings of Jesus and coordinated with the philosophy of other great thinkers of the ages, is destined to become the new religion for the new day. It is a self-evident truth that if man is made in the spiritual image and likeness of God, man's mind must be made out of God's mind, also that man has the same power in his individual life that God has in the universal. If it is true that, as Jesus said, it is the Father within, he doeth the works, then man's inner life is one with the Father. Since all causation is mental, it follows that if all things are created by the mind of God and man's mind is part of God's mind, man is able, by thinking, to set in motion a power that creates. Of course, man does not create that power, neither does he coerce it. It is his to use either rightly or wrongly. It is always with him. It never deserts him. It operates every moment of his life. We need, therefore, only to clear our minds of unbelief, and know that it is done unto us as we believe. In this spirit, we can think thoughts of success, and success will follow as surely as day follows night, for our thought will not return unto us void. It is the Father's good pleasure to give us the kingdom. We need only accept it. Even when we fail, we are proving that the law works according to our belief that it will not work. Of course, we do not wish to fail, but if our mental attitude is one of doubt, then the result will be the outpicturing of our negative thoughts. We can change the effect only by changing the cause, by reversing our thoughts and believing that the good we desire is already ours. Knowing this, we can no longer blame others for our trouble. We recognize that, within ourselves is the power to produce success or failure. Fear brings failure, faith brings success. It's just that simple. If you keep that in mind as you read the contents of this tittle book, you will find it a delightful spiritual adventure. Part 1. Instruction. An inquiry into the truth. An inquiry into truth is an inquiry into the cause of things as the human race sees and experiences them. The starting point of our thought must always begin with our experiences. We all know that life is, else we could not even think that we are. Since we can think, say and feel, we must be. We live, we are conscious of life, therefore we must be and life must be. If we are life and consciousness, self-knowing, then it follows that we must have come from life and consciousness. Let us start, then, with this simple fact: life is and life is conscious of itself. But what is the nature of this life? Is it physical, mental, material, or spiritual? A little careful thinking based upon logic, more than any merely personal opinion, will do much in clearing up some of these questions that at first seem to stagger us with their bigness. How much of that which is may we call life? The answer would have to be, Life is all that there is, it is the reason for all that we see, hear, feel, all that we experience in any way. Now nothing from nothing leaves nothing, and it is impossible for something to proceed from nothing. Since something is, that from which it came must be all that is. Life, then, is all that there is. Everything comes from it, ourselves included. The next question is, how do things come from life? How do the things that we see come from the things that we do not see? The things that we see must be real because we see them. To say they are not real will never explain them nor answer any question about them. God's world is not a world of illusion but one of divine realities. The truth must not explain away things that we see. It must explain what they are. We are living and experiencing varying degrees of consciousness and conditions. Only when the why of this living and of our experiences is understood will we know the least thing about the truth. Jesus did not say that things are illusions. He said that we must not judge from the standpoint of the seen but must judge righteously or with right judgment, and he meant that we must get behind the appearance and find out what caused it. So let us not in any way fool ourselves nor allow ourselves to believe we have always been fooled. We are living in a world of realities. Whatever we have experienced is a reality insofar as that experience is concerned, although if we had had a higher understanding of life, the unpleasant experience might have been avoided. What life is? In the first place, what do we mean by life? We mean that which we see, feel, hear, touch or taste, and the reason for it. We must have come into contact with all we know of life. We have already found what life is or we could not have had any of these experiences. In the beginning was God or life. Out of this life which is, everything which is made. So life must flow through all things. There is no such thing as dead matter. Moreover, life is one, and it cannot be changed except into itself. All forms are forms of this unity and must come and go through some inner activity. This inner activity of life or nature must be some form of self-consciousness or self-knowing. In our human understanding we would call this inner knowing, or consciousness, thought. The Spirit, or life, or God, must make things out of himself, through self-recognition or self-knowing or as we would call it thinking. Since God is all, there is nothing to hinder him from doing what he wishes, and the question, how do things come into being, is answered, God makes them out of himself. God thinks or knows, and that thing which he thinks or knows appears from himself, and is made out of himself. There is no other possible explanation for what we see. Unless people are willing to begin here, they will never understand how it is that things are not material but spiritual. Man's place in creation. But where does man come in? He is. Therefore it follows that he, too, is made out of God, since God, or Spirit, is all. Being made out of God, we must partake of his nature, for we are made in his image. Man is a center of God in God. Whatever God is in the universal, man must be in the individual world. The difference between God and man is one of degree and not of quality. Man is not self-made, he is made out of God. The question might arise, why did God do this? No living person can answer this question. This is something that is known only of the Father. We might suppose that God made man to live with him and to enjoy with him, to be one with the Father. It is true, indeed, that those who have felt this most deeply have had a corresponding spiritual power that leads us to suppose that God really did make man as a companion. Man is the individual and God is the universal. As the Father has life in himself, so has he given to the Son to have life in himself. Man's mind is made out of God's mind, and all that man is or ever will be, all that he has or ever will have, must partake of the divine nature. Man did not make it so, but it is so, and he must accept the fact and see what he can do with it. If he has the same power in his individual life that God has in the universal, then this discovery will mean freedom from all bondage when he learns how to use his power. As God governs his universal world, so will man govern his individual world, always subject to the greater law in life. This could not be otherwise if we realize what follows from it, for so realizing we find ourselves living in a very different world from the one in which we thought we were living. God governs not through physical law as result, but first by inner knowing, then the physical follows. In the same way, man governs his world by the process which we will call, for want of a better name, the power of his thought. Man's inner life is one with the Father. There can be no separation, for the self-evident reason that there is nothing to separate him from God, because there is nothing but life. The separation of two things implies putting a different element between them, but as there is nothing different from God, the unity of God and man is firmly established forever. My Father and I are one is a simple statement of a great soul who perceived life as it really is and not from the mere standpoint of outer conditions. Taking as the starting point that man has the same life as God, it follows that he uses the same creative process. Everything is one, comes from the same source and returns again to it. The things which are seen are not made of the things which do appear. What we see comes from what we do not see. This is the explanation of the whole visible universe, and is the only possible explanation. As God's thought makes worlds and peoples them with all living things, so does our thought make our world and peoples it with all the experiences we have had. By the activity of our thought things come into our life, and we are limited because we have not known the truth. We have thought that outside things controlled us, when all the time we have had that within which could have changed everything and given us freedom from bondage. The question, then, naturally arises, why did God create man and make him a free agent? If God had created us in such a way as to compel us to do or to be anything that was not of our choosing, we should not have been individuals at all, we should be automatons. Since we know that we are individuals, we know that God made us thus, and we are just discovering the reason why. Let any man wake up to this, the greatest truth in all ages, and he will find it will answer all questions. He will be satisfied that things are what they are. He will perceive that he may use his own God-given power so to work, to think, and to live that he will in no way hinder the greater law from operating through him. According to the clearness of his perception and the greatness of his realization of this power will he provide within himself a starting point through which God may operate. There will no longer be a sense of separation, but in its place will come that divine assurance that he is one with God, and thus will he find his freedom from all suffering, whether it be of body, mind, or estate. The beginning of understanding. Man is beginning to realize that he has life within himself as the great gift of God to him. If he really has life, if it is the same nature as the life of God, if he is an individual and has the right of self-choice which constitutes individuality, then it follows that he can do with his life what he wants to do, he can make out of himself that which he wishes. Freedom is his, but this freedom is within law and never outside it. Man must obey law. If he disobeys it, it has to act as law, and so acting has to punish him. This he cannot change but must submit to. Freedom comes to the individual from understanding the laws of his own life, and conforming to them, thereby subjecting them to his use, to the end of health, happiness, and success. Law obtains throughout all nature, governing all things, both the seen and the unseen. Law is not physical or material but mental and spiritual. Law is God's method of operation. We should think of God as the Great Spirit whose sole impulse is love, freely giving of himself to all who ask and refusing none. God is our Father in every sense of the term, watching over, caring for and loving all alike. While all is love, yet, in order that things may not be chaotic, all is governed by law. And as far as you and I are concerned, this law is always mental. Our conditions governed by our thinking. It is easy for the average person to see how it is that mind can control, and to a certain extent govern, the functions of the body. Some can go even further than this and see that the body is governed entirely by consciousness. This they can see without much difficulty, but it is not so easy for them to see how it is that thought governs their conditions and decides whether they are to be successes or failures. Here we will stop to ask the question, if our conditions are not controlled by thought, by what, then, are they controlled? Some will say that conditions are controlled by circumstances. But what are circumstances? Are they cause or are they effect? Of course they are always effect. Everything that we see is an effect. An effect is something that follows a cause, and we are dealing with causation only. Effects do not make themselves, but they are held in place by mind, or causation. If this does not answer your thought, begin over again and realize that behind everything that is seen is the silent cause. In your life you are that cause. There is nothing but mind, and nothing moves except as mind moves it. We have agreed that, while God is love, yet your life is governed absolutely by mind, or law. In our lives of conditions we are the cause, and nothing moves except as our mind moves it. The activity of our mind is thought. We are always acting because we are always thinking. At all times we are either drawing things to us or we are pushing them away from us. In the ordinary individual this process goes on without his ever knowing it consciously, but ignorance of the law will excuse no one from its effects. What? Someone will say, do you think that I thought failure or wanted to fail? Of course not. You would be foolish to think that, but according to the law which we cannot deny, you must have thought things that would produce failure. Perhaps you thought that failure might come, or in some other way you gave it entrance to your mind. Thinking back over the reason for things, you will find that you are surrounded by a mind, or law, that casts back at the thinker, manifested, everything that he thinks. If this were not true, man would not be an individual. Individuality can mean only the ability to think what we want to think. If that thought is to have power in our lives, then there has to be something that will manifest it. Some are limited and bound by law through ignorance. This law is sometimes called karma. It is the law that binds the ignorant and gives freedom to the wise. We live in mind, and it can return to us only what we think into it. No matter what we may do, law will always obtain. If we are thinking of ourselves as poor and needy, then mind has no choice but to return what we have thought into it. At first this may be hard to realize, but the truth will reveal to the seeker that law could act in no other way. Whatever we think is the pattern, and mind is the builder. Jesus, realizing this law, said, "It is done unto you even as you have believed." Shall we doubt but that this great way shower knew what he was talking about? Did he not say, "It is done unto you"? What a wonderful thought! It is done unto you. Nothing to worry about. It is done unto you. With a tremendous grasp of the power of true spiritual thought, Jesus even called forth bread from the ethers of life, and at no time did he ever fail to demonstrate that when one knows the truth he is freed by that knowledge. Unconscious creation. The author once attended a patient who was suffering from a large growth. She was operated on and about 50 pounds of water were removed. In a few days the growth had returned. Where did it come from? Not from eating or drinking. Neither did it move from one part of the body to another part, as that would not have increased her weight. It must have been created from elements which she took in from the air. It had to come from something not physically seen, something appearing from nothing that we see. What we call creation is the same thing, the visible appearing from the invisible. Was not this phenomenon a creation? Cases as remarkable as this are occurring every day. We should not deny this fact but try to explain it. In the case of this woman there must have been an activity of thought molded forth into form, else how could this growth have appeared? There is nothing manifest but that there is a cause for the manifestation. Investigation proves that behind every condition, whether of body or environment, there has been some thought, conscious or unconscious, which produced that condition. In the case of this woman the thought was not conscious. But creation is going on all the time. We should realize this and learn how to control it so that there may be created for us the things that we desire and not those that we do not want. Is it any wonder that the Bible says, "With all thy getting get understanding"? Jesus understood all this, and so it was no more effort for him to do what he did than it is for us to breathe or to digest our food. He understood, that is all. Because Jesus did understand and did use these great laws with objective consciousness, people thought he must be God. And when today something unusual occurs, people think that a miracle has been performed. Jesus was not God. He was the manifestation of God, and so are all people. I say that ye are gods, and every one of you sons of the Most High. A thinking person will be compelled to admit, in view of all this, that creation is first spiritual, through mental law, and then physical in its manifestation. Man does not really create. He uses creative power that already is. Relatively speaking, he is the creative power in his own life, and so far as his thought goes, there is something that goes with it that has the power to bring forth into manifestation the thing thought of. Hitherto men have used this creative power in ignorance and so have brought upon themselves all kinds of conditions, but today hundreds of thousands are beginning to use these great laws of their being in a conscious, constructive way. Herein lies the great secret of the new thought movements under their various names and cults and orders. All are using the same law even though some deny to others the real revelation. We should get into an attitude of mind wherein we recognize the truth wherever we find it. The trouble with most of us is that unless we see sugar in a sugar bowl we think it must be something else, and so we stick to our petty prejudices instead of looking after principles. First steps. The first thing to realize is that since any thought manifests it necessarily follows that all thought does the same, else how should we know that the particular thought we were thinking would be the one that would create? Mind must cast back all or none. Just as the creative power of the soil receives all seeds put into it, and at once begins to work upon them, so mind must receive all thought and at once begin to operate upon it. Thus we find that all thought has some power in our lives and over our conditions. We are making our environments by the creative power of our thought. God has created us thus and we cannot escape it. By conforming our lives and thought to a greater understanding of law we shall be able to bring into our experience just what we wish, letting go of all that we do not want to experience and taking in the things we desire. Every person is surrounded by a thought atmosphere. This mental atmosphere is the direct result of thought which in its turn becomes the direct reason for the cause of that which comes into our lives. Through this power we are either attracting or repelling. Like attracts like and we attract to us just what we are in mind. It is also true that we become attracted to something that is greater than our previous experience by first embodying the atmosphere of our desire. Every business, every place, every person, everything has a certain mental atmosphere of its own. This atmosphere decides what is to be drawn to it. For instance, you never saw a successful man who went around with an atmosphere of failure. Successful people think about success. A successful man is filled with that subtle something which permeates everything that he does with an atmosphere of confidence and strength. In the presence of some people we feel as though nothing were too great to undertake, we are uplifted, we are inspired to do great things, to accomplish, we feel strong, steady, sure. What a power we feel in the presence of big souls, strong men, noble women. Did you ever stop to inquire why it is that such persons have this kind of an effect over you while others seem to depress, to drag you down, and in their presence you feel as though life were a load to carry? One type is positive, the other negative. In every physical respect they are just alike, but one has a mental and spiritual power which the other does not have, and without that power the individual can hope to do but little. Which of these two do we like the better? With which do we want to associate? Certainly not with the one that depresses us, we have enough of that already. But what about the man who inspires us with our own worth? Ah, he is the man to whom we will turn every time. Before ever we reach him, in our haste to be near, even to hear his voice, do we not feel a strength coming to meet us? Do you think that this man who has such a wonderful power of attraction will ever want for friends? Will he ever have to look up a position? Already so many positions are open to him that he is weighing in his mind which one to take. He does not have to become a success, he already is a success. Thoughts of failure, limitation, or poverty are negative and must be counted out of our lives for all time. Somebody will say, but what of the poor? What are you going to do with them? Are they to be left without help? No, 1,000 times no. The same power is in them that is in all men. They will always be poor until they awake and realize what life is. All the charity on earth has never done away with poverty, and never will. If it could have done so it would have done so, it could not, therefore it has not. It will do a man 1,000 times more good to show him how to succeed than it will to tell him he needs charity. We need not listen to all the calamity howlers. Let them howl if it does them any good. God has given us a power and we must use it. We can do more toward saving the world by proving this law than all that charity has ever given it. Right here, in the manifold world today, there is more money and provision than the world can use. Not even a fraction of the wealth of the world is used. Inventors and discoverers are adding to this wealth every day, they are the real people. But in the midst of plenty, surrounded by all the gifts of heaven, man sits and begs for his daily bread. He should be taught to realize that he has brought these conditions upon himself, that instead of blaming God, man, or the devil for the circumstances by which he is surrounded, he should learn to seek the truth, to let the dead bury their dead. We should tell every man who will believe what his real nature is, show him how to overcome all limitations, give him courage, show him the way. If he will not believe, if he will not walk in the way, it is not our fault, and having done all we can, we must go our way. We may sympathize with people but never with trouble, limitation, or misery. If people still insist upon hugging their troubles to themselves, all the charity in the world will not help them. Remember that God is that silent power behind all things, always ready to spring into expression when we have provided the proper channels, which are receptive and positive faith in the evidence of things not seen with the physical eye but eternal in the heavens. All is mind, and we must provide a receptive avenue for it as it passes out through us into the outer expression of our affairs. If we allow the world's opinion to control our thinking, then that will be our demonstration. If, on the other hand, we rise superior to the world, we shall do a new thing. Remember that all people are making demonstrations, only most of them are making the ones they do not desire, but the only ones they can't make with their present powers of perception. How to attain strength? Let us see that we use the right attitude of mind in all that we do, filling ourselves with such courage and power of strength that all thought of weakness flees before us. If any thought of weakness should come, ask this question: is life weak? If life is not weak and if God is not discouraged, then you are not, never were, and never will be. I should like to see the sickly, discouraged thought that could withstand this attitude of mind. No. Life is strong, and you are strong with the strength of the infinite. Forget all else as you revel in this strength. You are strong and can say, I am. You have been laboring under an illusion, now you are disillusioned. Now you know, and knowing is using the law in a constructive way. I and my Father are one, this is strength for the weak, and life for all who believe. We can so fill ourselves with the drawing power of attraction that it will become irresistible. Nothing can hinder things from coming to the man who knows that he is dealing with the same power that creates all from itself, moves all within itself, and yet holds all things in their places. I am one with the infinite mind. Let this ring through you many times each day until you rise to that height that, looking, sees. In order to be sure that we are creating the right kind of a mental atmosphere and so attracting what we want, we must at first watch our thinking, lest we create that which we should not like to see manifest. In other words, we must think only what we wish to experience. All is mind, and mind casts back at the thinker that only which he thinks. Nothing ever happens by chance. Law governs all life, and all people come under that law. But that law, so far as we are concerned, we ourselves set in motion, and we do this through the power of our thought. Each person is living in a world of his own making, and he should speak only such words and think only such thoughts as he wishes to see manifested in his life. We must not hear, think, speak, read, or listen to limitation of any kind. There is no way under heaven whereby we can think two kinds of thought and get only one result. It is impossible, and the sooner we realize it the sooner we shall arrive. This does not mean that we must be afraid to think lest we create the wrong image, but it does mean that the way most people think can produce nothing but failure, that is why so few succeed. The person who is to succeed will never let his mind dwell on past mistakes. He will forgive the past in his life and in the lives of other people. If he makes a mistake he will at once forgive it. He will know that so long as he desires any good, there is nowhere in the universe anything that opposes him. God does not damn anyone or anything, man damns everyone and everything. God does not make things by comparing his power with some other power. God knows that when he speaks it is done, and if we partake of the divine nature we must know the same thing in our lives that God knows in his. I am the master of my fate, I am the captain of my soul. What we will attract. We will always attract to us, in our lives and conditions, according to our thought. Things are but outer manifestations of inner mental concepts. Thought is not only power, it is also the form of all things. The conditions that we attract will correspond exactly to our mental pictures. It is quite necessary, then, that the successful businessman should keep his mind on thoughts of happiness, which produce cheerfulness instead of depression. He should radiate joy, and should be filled with faith, hope and expectancy. These cheerful, hopeful attitudes of mind are indispensable to the one who really wants to do things in life. Put every negative thought out of your mind once and for all. Declare your freedom. Know that no matter what others may say, think, or do, you are a success, now, and nothing can hinder you from accomplishing your good. All the power of the universe is with you, feel it, know it, and then act as though it were true. This mental attitude alone will draw people and things to you. Begin to blot out, one by one, all false beliefs, all idea that man is limited or poor or miserable. Use that wonderful power of choice that God has given to you. Refuse to think of failure or to doubt your own power. See only what you wish to experience, and look at nothing else. No matter how many times the old thought returns, destroy it by knowing that it has no power over you. Look it squarely in the face and tell it to go. It does not belong to you, and you must know and stick to it that you are now free. Rise up in all the faith of one who knows what he is dealing with, and declare that you are one with infinite mind. Know that you cannot get away from this one mind, that wherever you may go, there, right beside you, waiting to be used, is all the power there is in the whole universe. When you realize this you will know that in union with this, the only power. You are more than all else. You are more than anything that can ever happen to you. More about the power of attraction. Always remember that spirit makes things out of itself. It manifests in the visible world by becoming the thing that it wills to become. In the world of the individual, the same process takes place. It is given to man to use creative power, but with the using of this power comes the necessity of using it as it is made to be used. If God makes things out of his thought before they come into manifestation, then we must use the same method. You can attract only that which you first mentally become and feel yourself to be in reality, without any doubting. A steady stream of consciousness going out into creative mind will attract a steady manifestation of conditions. A fluctuating stream of consciousness will attract the corresponding manifestation or condition in your life. We must be consistent in our attitude of mind, never wavering. James says, "Ask in faith, nothing doubting, for he that doubteth is like a surge of the sea driven by the wind and tossed. For let not that man think that he shall receive anything of the Lord." We are all immersed in an aura of our own making. This aura is the direct result of all that we have ever said, thought, or done. It decides what is to take place in our life. It attracts what is like itself and repels what is unlike itself. We are drawn toward those things that we mentally embody. Most of the inner processes of thought have been unconscious, but when we understand the law, all that we have to do is to embody consciously what we wish, and think of that only, and then we shall be drawn silently toward it. We have this law in our hands to do with as we will. We can draw what we want only as we let go of the old order and take up the new, and this we must do to the exclusion of all else. This is no weak man's job but an undertaking for a strong, self-reliant soul, and the end is worth the effort. The person who can keep his thoughts one-pointed is the one who will obtain the best results. But this does not imply the necessity of strain or anything of a strenuous nature. On the contrary, strain is just what we must avoid. When we know that there is but one power, we shall not struggle, we shall know, and in calmness we shall see only what we know must be the truth. This means a persistent, firm determination to think what we want to think, regardless of all outer evidence to the contrary. We look not to the seen but to the unseen. The king of Israel understood this when, looking upon the advancing host of the enemy, he said, "We have no might against this great company, but our eyes are upon thee, upon the one power." How to attract friends? The man who has learned to love all people, no matter who they may be, will find plenty of people who will return that love to him. This is not mere sentiment, and it is more than a religious attitude of mind. It is a deep scientific fact, and one to which we should pay attention. The reason is this: as all is mind, and as we attract to us what we first become, until we learn to love we are not sending out love vibrations, and not until we send out love vibrations can we receive love in return. One of the first things to do is to learn to love everybody. If you have not done this, begin to do so at once. There is always more good than bad in people, and seeing the good tends to bring it forth. Love is the greatest healing and drawing power on earth. It is the very reason for our being, and that explains why it is that people should have something or somebody to love. The life that has not loved has not lived, it is still dead. Love is the sole impulse for creation, and the man who does not have it as the greatest incentive in his life has never developed the real creative instinct. No one can swing out into the universal without love, for the whole universe is based upon it. When we find that we are without friends, the thing to do is at once to send our thought out to the whole world, send it full of love and affection. Know that this thought will meet the desires of some other person who is wanting the same thing, and in some way the two will be drawn together. Get over thinking that people are odd. That kind of thought will only produce misunderstanding and cause us to lose the friends that we now have. Think of the whole world as your friend, but you must also be the friend of the whole world. In this way and with this simple practice you will draw to you so many friends that the time will be too short to enjoy them all. Refuse to see the negative side of anyone. Refuse to let yourself misunderstand or be misunderstood. Do not be morbid. Know that everyone wants you to have the best. Affirm this wherever you go and then you will find things just as you wish them to be. The atmosphere created by a real lover of the race is so powerful that although his other shortcomings may be many, still the world will love him in return. To him who loveth much, much will be forgiven. People are dying for real human interest, for someone to tell them that they are all right. Which person do we like the better, the one who is always full of trouble and fault-finding, or the one who looks at the world as his friend and loves it? The question does not need to be asked. We know that we want the company of the person who loves and loving, forgets all else. The only reason we think other people are odd is because they do not happen to think as we do. We must get over this little, petty attitude and see things in the large. The person who sees what he wants to see, regardless of what appears, will someday experience in the outer what he has so faithfully seen within. From selfish motives alone, if from no loftier reason, we cannot afford to find fault or to hate or even to hold in mind anything against any living soul. The God who is love cannot hear the prayer of the man who is not love. Love and cooperation will yet be found to be the greatest business principle on earth. God is love. We will make our unity with all people, with all life. We will affirm that God in us is unified with God in all. This one is now drawing into our life all love and fellowship. I am one with all people, with all things, with all life. As I listen in the silence, the voice of all humanity speaks to me and answers the love that I hold out to it. This great love that I now feel for the world is the love of God, and it is felt by all and returned from all. Nothing comes in between because there is nothing but love to come in between. I understand all people and that understanding is reflected back to me from all people. I help, therefore I am helped. I uplift, therefore I am uplifted. Nothing can mar this perfect picture of myself and my relations with the world. It is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I am now surrounded by all love, all friendship, all companionship, all health, all happiness, all success. I am one with life. I wait in the silence while the Great Spirit bears this message to the whole world. The control of thought. The man who can control his thought can have and do what he wishes to have and to do. Everything is his for the asking. He must remember that whatever he gets is his to use but not his to hold. Creation is always flowing by and we have as much of it as we can take and use. More would cause stagnation. We are relieved of all thought of clinging to anybody or anything. Cannot the great principle of life create for us faster than we can spend or use? The universe is inexhaustible, it is limitless, it knows no bounds and has no confines. We are not depending on a reed shaken by the wind, but on the principle of life itself, for all that we want, have, or ever shall have. It is not some power, or a great power, we affirm again, it is all power. All that we have to do is to believe this and act as though it were so, never wavering, not even once, no matter what happens. As we do this we shall find that things are steadily coming our way, and that they are coming without that awful effort that destroys the peace of the majority of the race. We know that there can be no failure in the divine mind, and this mind is the power on which we are depending. Now just because we are depending upon divine mind we must not think that we do not have to do our share. God will work through us if we will let him, but we must act in the outer as though we were sure of ourselves. Our part is to believe, and then to act in faith. Jesus went to the tomb of Lazarus believing and knowing that God was working through him. Often we may have to go somewhere or do something and we must know with deep conviction that there will be a power going with us that none can gainsay. When we feel this secure place in our thought, all that we will have to do is to act. There is no doubt but that the creative power of the universe will answer, it always does. And so we need not take the worry upon ourselves, but rather we will make known our requests with thanksgiving. When Jesus said, "All things whatsoever ye pray and ask for, believe that ye receive them and ye shall have them," he was uttering one of those many deep truths that were so clear to him and that we are just beginning to see. He knew that everything is made out of mind and that without that positive acceptance on the part of the individual there is no mold into which mind can pour itself forth into form. In the mind of God there is the correct mold, the true knowing, but in the mind of man there is not always this true knowing. Since God can do for us only by doing through us, nothing can be done for us unless we are positively receptive, but when we realize the law and how it works, then we will provide that complete inner acceptance. By so doing we permit the Spirit to do the work, to make the gift. The reason we can make our requests known with thanksgiving is because we know from the beginning that we are to receive and therefore we cannot help being thankful. This grateful attitude to the Spirit puts us in very close touch with power and adds much to the reality of the thing that we are dealing with. Without it we can do but little. So let us cultivate all the gratitude that we can. In gratitude we will send our thoughts out into the world, and as it comes back it will come laden with the fruits of the Spirit. Creating atmosphere. To the student who has realized that all is mind and that everything is governed by law, there comes another thought, it is that he can create, or have created for him, from his own thinking. He can create such a strong mental atmosphere of success that its power of attraction will be irresistible. He can send his thought throughout the world and have it bring back to him whatever he wants. He can so fill his place of business with the power of success that it will draw from far and near. Thought will always bring back to us what we send out. First we must clear our thought of all unbelief. This book is written for those who believe, and to those who do believe it will come true in their lives. Without mental clearness on the part of the thinker there can be no real creative work done. As water will reach only its own level, so mind will return to us only what we first believe. We are always getting what we believe but not always what we want. Our thought has the power to reach, in the outer form of conditions, an exact correspondence to our inner convictions. By thinking, you set in motion a power that creates. It will be exactly as you think. You throw out into mind an idea, and mind creates it for you and sets it on the path of your life. Think of it, then, as your greatest friend. It is always with you wherever you may be. It never deserts you. You are never alone. There is no doubt, no fear, no wondering, you know. You are going to use the only power that there is in the universe. You are going to use it for a definite purpose. You have already fixed this purpose in your thought, now you are going to speak it forth. You are speaking it for your own good. You desire only the good and you know that only the good can come to you. You have made your unity with life, and now life is going to help you in your affairs. You are going to establish in your room such an atmosphere of success that it will become an irresistible power, it will sweep everything before it as it realizes the greatness and the almightiness of the One. You are so sure, that you will not even look to see if it is going to happen, you know. And now your word, which is one with the infinite life, is to be spoken in calm, perfect trust. It is to be taken up, and at once it is to be operated on. Perfect is the pattern and perfect will be the result. You see yourself surrounded by the thing that you desire. More than this, you are the thing that you desire. Your word is now establishing it forever, see this, feel it, know it. You are now encompassed by perfect life, by infinite activity, by all power, by all guidance. The power of the Spirit is drawing to you all people, it is supplying you with all good, it is filling you with all life, truth, and love. Wait in perfect silence while that inner power takes it up, and then you know that it is done unto you. There goes forth from this word the power of the infinite. The words which I speak, they are spirit and they are life. The power of words. Man's word, spoken forth into creative mind, is endowed with power of expression. By our words we are justified and by our words we are condemned. Our word has the exact amount of power that we put into it. This does not mean power through effort or strain but power through absolute conviction, or faith. It is like a little messenger who knows what he is doing and knows just how to do it. We speak into our words the intelligence which we are, and backed by that greater intelligence of the universal mind our word becomes a law unto the thing for which it is spoken. Jesus understood this far better than we do. Indeed, he absolutely believed it, for he said, "Heaven and earth shall pass away but my words shall not pass away till all be fulfilled." This makes our word inseparable from absolute intelligence and power. Now if any word has power it must follow that all words have power. Some words may have a greater power than others, according to our conviction, but all words have some power. How careful, then, we should be what kind of words we are speaking. All this goes to prove that we really are one with the infinite mind, and that our words have the power of life within them, that the word is always with us and never far off. The word is within our own mouth. Every time we speak we are using power. We are one in mind with the whole universe, we are all eternally united in this mind with real power. It is our own fault if we do not use this truth after we see it. We should feel ourselves surrounded by this mind, this great pulsating life, this all-seeing and all-knowing reality. When we do feel this near presence, this great power and life, then all we have to do is to speak forth into it, speak with all the positive conviction of the soul that has found its source, and above all else never fear but that it will be done unto us even as we have believed. What wonderful power, what a newness of life and of power of expression, is waiting for those who really believe. What may the race not attain to when men wake up to the real facts of being? As yet the race has not begun to live, but the time is drawing near. Already thousands are using this great power, and thousands are eagerly watching and waiting for the new day. Why belief is necessary? Always when we pray we must believe. Our idea of prayer is not so much asking God for things as it is believing that we already have the things that we need. As we have said before, this already believing is necessary because all is mind, and until we have provided that full acceptance we have not made a mold into which mind could pour itself and through which it could manifest. This positive belief is absolutely essential to real creative work, and if we do not at present have it, then we must develop it. All is law, and cause and effect obtain through all life. Mind is cause, and what we term matter, or the visible, is effect. As water will freeze into the form that it is poured, so mind will solidify only into the forms that our thought takes. Thought is form. The individual provides the form, he never creates or even manifests that is, of himself, there is something that does all this for him. His sole activity is the use of this power. This power is always at hand ready to be spoken into and at once ready to form the words into visible expression. But the mold that most of us provide is a very poor one, and we change it so quickly that it is more like a motion picture than anything else. Already we have the power, it is the gift of the Most High in its finite expression. But our ignorance of its use has caused us to create the wrong form, which in its turn has caused mind to produce the form which we have thought into it. From this law of cause and effect we may never hope to escape, and while we may think of it as a hard thing, at first, yet, when we understand, we shall see it as absolute justice without which there could be no real self-acting, individual life at all. Because of our divine individuality, even God may have to wait our recognition of Him and His laws. People in business will do well to remember this and so to form their thought that they will be willing to receive what they send out. No thought of discouragement or disorder should ever be created, but only positive assurance, strong thoughts of success, of divine activity, the feeling that with God all things are possible, the belief that we are one with that great mind. These are the thoughts that make for success. The realization that we are dealing with one and not with two powers enables us to think with clearness. We are not troubled about competition or opposition or failure because there is nothing but life, and this life is continually giving to us all that we could ask for, wish, or think into it. We can now see how essential it is that thoughts should be held one-pointed, that we should think always and only upon what we want, never letting our mind dwell on anything else. In this way the Spirit works through us. Where so many fail, the ordinary individual, sitting down to give a treatment to his business, unconsciously does just the thing that he should have avoided, and then he wonders why he did not get the desired results. Most people simply sit and wish for, or long for, something. They may even have a great desire or hope. They may even go so far as to believe that their desire is going to happen. All this is good as far as it goes, but it does not go far enough. What we must do is to provide that already having received attitude. This may seem hard at first, but we can easily see that it is necessary, and as it is the only way that mind works, this is what we must do. Power is, and mind is, and life is, but they have to flow through us in order to express in our lives. We are dealing with law, and nature must be obeyed before it will work for us. Just realize that this law is as natural a law as any other of God's laws, and use it with the same intelligence that you would use the law of electricity, then you will get the desired results. We provide the thought form around which the divine energies play and to which they attract the conditions necessary for the fulfillment of the thought. When we give a treatment, this is all that we have to do, but before we can do even this we have to clear our minds of all fear, of every sense of separation from the divine mind. Law is, but we must enforce it, or use it, in our own lives. Nothing can happen to us that is not first an accepted belief in our own consciousness. We may not always be aware of what is going on within, but practice will enable us to control our thought more and more so that we shall be able to think what we want to think, regardless of what may seem to be the case. Each person has within himself the capacity of knowing and making use of the law, but it must be consciously developed. This is done by practice, and by willingness to learn and to utilize whatever we know so far as we have gone. The individual who has the most power is the one who has the greatest realization of the divine presence, and to whom this means the most as an active principle of his life. We all need more backbone and less wishbone. There is something which waits only our recognition to spring into being, bringing with it all the power in the universe. Using the imagination. Just imagine yourself surrounded by mind, so plastic, so receptive, that it receives the slightest impression of your thought. Whatever you think, it takes up and executes for you. Every thought is received and acted upon. Not some but all thoughts. Whatever the pattern we provide, that will be our demonstration. If we cannot get over thinking that we are poor, then we will still remain poor. As soon as we become rich in our thought, then we will be rich in our expression. These are not mere words, but the deepest truth that has ever come to the human race. Hundreds of thousands of the most intelligent thinkers and the most spiritual people of our day are proving this truth. We are not dealing with illusions but with realities. Pay no more attention to the one who ridicules these ideas than you would to the blowing of the wind. In the center of your own soul, choose what you want to become, to accomplish, keep it to yourself. Every clay in the silence of absolute conviction, know that it is now done. It is just as much done, as far as you are concerned, as it will be when you experience it in the outer. Imagine yourself to be what you want to be. See only that which you desire, refuse even to think of the other. Stick to it, never doubt. Say many times a day, I am that thing, Realize what this means. It means that the great universal power of mind is that, and it cannot fail. Man's right of choice. Man is created an individual and as such he has the power of choice. Many people seem to think that man should not choose, that since he has asked the Spirit to lead him, he need no longer act, or choose. This is taught by many teachers but is not consistent with our individuality. Unless we had this privilege, this power of choice, we would not be individuals. What we do need to learn is that the Spirit can choose through us. But when this happens, it is an act on our part. Even though we say, I will not choose, we are still choosing, because we are choosing not to choose. We cannot escape the fact that we are made in such a way that at every step life is a constant choice. What we do need to do is to select what we feel to be right and know that the universe will never deny us anything. We choose and mind creates. We should endeavor to choose that which will express always a greater life, and we must remember that the Spirit is always seeking to express love and beauty through us. If we are attuned to these, and are working in harmony with the great creative power, we need have no doubt about its willingness to work for us. We must know exactly what it is that we wish and get the perfect mental picture of it. We must believe absolutely that we now have it and never do or say anything that denies it. Old age and opportunity. One of the besetting errors of people is a belief that they are too old to do things. This comes from a lack of understanding what life really is. Life is consciousness and not years. The man or woman who is 70 years old should be better able to demonstrate than the man who is only 20. He should have evolved a higher thought, and it is thought and not conditions that we are dealing with. Amelia Barr was 53 before she wrote a book. After that she wrote over 80, all of which had a large circulation. Mary Baker Eddy was 60 before she began her work, and she attended to all of her great activities until she passed from this plane to a higher one. The author of this book once took a man who was over 60, one who thought his chance for success had gone, and through teaching him these principles in a year's time made him a prosperous businessman. He is now doing well and was never before in his life so happy. The last time he was interviewed he said that business was increasing every day and that he had not begun yet. Every day he stands in his store and claims more activity. He speaks the word and realizes increase all the time. If this were not true, then life would not be worth the living. What is a few years in eternity? We must get over these false notions about age and competition. In the truth, the word competition is never mentioned. The people who think about it have never known the truth. Life is what we make it from within and never from without. We are just as old as we think we are, no matter what the number of years may have been that we have lived on this planet. Demonstrating success in business. All demonstrations take place within ourselves. Creation is eternally flowing through all things. The law is always working from that inner pattern. We do not struggle with conditions, we use principles which create conditions. What we can mentally encompass we can accomplish, no matter how hard it may seem from the outside. All external things are but the outer rim of inner thought activity. You can easily prove this for yourself. If you are in business, say, running an ice cream stand or counter, and are not doing good business, look carefully into your own thought and see what you will find. You will find that it is an established belief there that business is not good. You are not feeling a sense of activity. You will not find within your thought any feeling of success. You are not expecting many customers. Now suppose someone comes along and says to you, "What is the matter? Why are you not doing more business?" This is about what the answer would be, "People don't seem to want what I have to sell." Or perhaps something like this, "I am too old to compete with modern methods." Or even, "Well, times are hard." All this is negative thought. Now this man to whom you are talking does not believe a word you have said. He knows that causation is in mind and not in matter, and he says, the whole thing is in your own mind. The trouble with you is that you don't feel that you are a success. Perhaps you have heard something of this before. If so, you will ask him what he means, or perhaps you think he is talking about something peculiar, but we are taking it for granted that you are so anxious to do something to make your business a success that you will be willing to try anything, so you ask him to explain. He begins by telling you all is mind, nothing moves but mind moves it, and that you are a center in this mind. You do not understand how this relates in any way to your business, but he goes on to say that your thought decides whether your business shall be a success or a failure. Here you become indignant, and ask if he means to tell you that you want to fail. Of course he knows you do not, and he explains that while you wish success, you are thinking failure, fearing it, and that there is a law that makes your thought, never asking questions but at once sets about its fulfillment. You become interested and ask how this can be. In return you are asked this question: how did anything come into being? This sets you to thinking, and of course you realize that there was a time when nothing existed but life, so whatever has come into being must have come from that life, for what we see must come from that which we do not see. You have to admit that. Then what you do not see must be the cause of everything, and you must also admit that, and that cause works by law. This you are compelled to admit. Then this law, being everywhere, must be in you. This is harder for you to see, but after much thought you begin to realize that it is so. Then you, without knowing where your thought processes were leading you, have conceded that you, yourself, are the reason for what happens in your life, be it success or failure. God couldn't make you any other way and at the same time make you a self-choosing individual. This is plain. Now what are you going to do about it? This is what you must do. For every time that you have thought failure, you are going to replace it with strong radiant thoughts of success. You are going to speak activity into your business. You are going daily to see nothing but activity and to know that it is law that you are using, universal law, and as such your thought is as sure as the thought of God. Daily you are going to give to the great creative mind exactly what you want to happen. You will see only what you desire, and in the silence of your soul you will speak and it will be done unto you. You will come to believe that a great divine love flows through you and your affairs. You will be grateful for this love. It fills your life. It satisfies your soul. You are a different man. You are so filled with activity and courage that when you meet people they will wonder at your energy. They will begin to wish simply to come in contact with you. They will feel uplifted. In the course of a few months you will be a success. People will come to you and say, "How do you do it?" The answer will be the same that was given to you a few months ago. Let the man who is speaking to the public do the same thing. Let him daily see throngs of people coming to hear him. Let him see nothing else. He will experience what he feels, and sees. Always remember this. Life is from within outward, and never from without inward. You are the center of power in your own life. Be sure and not take on false suggestion. The world is full of calamity howlers. Turn from them, everyone, no matter how great you think they may be. You haven't the time to waste over anything that is negative. You are a success, and you are giving to the law, every day, just what you want done. And the law is always working for you. All fear has gone and you know that there is but one power in all the universe. Happy is the man who knows this, the greatest of all truths. The whole thing resolves itself into our mental ability to control our thought. The man who can do this, can have what he wants, can do what he wishes, and becomes what he wills. Life, God, the universe, is his. Money, a spiritual idea. Many people seem to think that money must be evil, but actually it is only an inordinate love of money that is characterized as the root of all evil. If all is an expression of life, then money is an expression of life, and as such, must be good. Without a certain amount of it in this life, we would have a hard time. But how to get it, that is the race problem. How shall we acquire wealth? Money didn't make itself, and not being self-creative, it must be an effect. Behind it must be the cause that projects it. That cause is never seen, no cause is ever seen. Consciousness is cause, and people who have a money consciousness have the outward expression of it. People who have it as a sure reality in their mind, have it as an expression in their pocket. People who don't have this mental likeness don't have money in their pockets. What we need to do is to acquire a money consciousness. This may seem very material, but the true idea of money is not material, it is spiritual. We need to make our unity with it. We can never do this while we hold it away from us by thinking that we haven't it. Let us change the method and begin to make our unity with supply by daily declaring that all the power in the universe is daily bringing to us all that we can use. Feel the presence of supply. Know that it is yours now. Make yourself feel that you now have, and to you shall be given. Work with yourself until there is nothing in you that doubts. Money cannot be kept away from the man who understands that all is mind, and that divine law governs his life. Daily give thanks for perfect supply. Feel it to be yours, that you have entered into the full possession of it now. Refuse to talk poverty or limitation. Stick to it that you are rich. Get the $1 million consciousness. There is no other way, and this will react into everything that you do. See money coming to you from every source and from every direction. Know that everything is working for your good. Realize in your life the presence of an omnipotent power. Speak forth into it, and feel that it responds to your approach. Whenever you see anything or anybody whom you think has more than you, at once affirm that you have the same thing. This doesn't mean that you have what is his, but that you have as much. It means that all you need is yours. Whenever you think about anything big, at once say, that means me. In this way you learn to unify yourself, in the law, with large concepts, and according to the way that law works, it will tend to produce that thing for you. Never let yourself doubt for even a minute. Always be positive about yourself. Keep watch over the inner workings of your thought, and the law will do the rest. Action. The universe is teeming with activity. There is motion everywhere. Nothing ever stands still. All activity comes from mind. If we want to be in line with things, we must move. This doesn't mean that we must strain or struggle, but we must be willing to do our part by letting the law work through us. God can do for us only as we will allow Him to do through us. Intelligence gives us ideas, and in our turn we work on them. But our work is no longer done in any sense of doubt or fear, for we know that we are dealing with something that never makes a mistake. We proceed with a calm confidence born of the inner trust in a power that is infinite. Behind all of our movements, then, is a great purpose, to let the law work through us. We must comply with the law of activity. We must be willing to take the way of outer activity. Jesus went to the tomb of Lazarus. We may have to go, but there will accompany us something that never fails. This law of activity we must use in our business. So many business places that we go into have such an atmosphere of inactivity, produce such a drowsy feeling, that we at once lose all interest in what is going on. We don't feel like buying. We leave that place without any apparent reason and go into another. Here we feel that all is life, all is motion, all is activity. We feel confident that this is the place we are looking for. We will buy here, we find just what we want, we are satisfied with our purchase and go away cheerful. Now to create this activity, something more than thought is essential. Not that it does not come first, but the one who has this thought of activity will naturally manifest it in vigorous, energetic movement which helps to produce a spirit of activity in his business and in everything he undertakes. Wherever you see a man who does not move, then you will find one whose thought is inactive. The two always go together. A man in a store or place of business should always be moving his goods. He should always be doing something. People will see this and getting the thought of activity behind it will want to trade there. We are not attracted to a store that always has the same things on the same shelf. The world likes action, change. Action is life. Let a clerk in a store think activity and begin to manifest it, even though he may not be waiting on customers, and in a short time he will be waiting on them. Alertness is the word. Always be alert. There must be mental alertness before there can be physical activity. Act as though things were happening even though they may not appear to be. Keep things moving and soon you will have to avoid the rush. Activity is genius. Half the stores that you go into make you sleepy before you get out, and you feel as though you can't get out fast enough. The other half are alive and those are the ones who are doing the business of the world. The man who is active in his thought doesn't have to sit by himself to think, he works while he thinks and so complies with the law which has to work through him. The thought of activity makes him move, and the thought of confidence makes his movements sure, and the thought of supreme guidance makes his work intelligent. We must be careful and not get into ruts, always be doing something new and different, and you will find life becomes a great game in which you are taking the leading part. Life will never become tiresome to the active mind and body. It is so interesting that we wonder if we will ever get enough of it. Some people get into such lazy mental habits that a new idea cannot find entrance. Great things are done by people who think great thoughts and then go out into the world to make their dreams come true. If you can't find anything new to do, go home and change the bed around, or the piano, put the cook stove in the parlor and eat on the back step for a time. It will start something moving and changing in you that will never stop. The wide-awake person can find so many things to do that he hasn't time even to begin in this life, and he knows that eternity is necessary to carry out the ideals that he already has evolved. Everything comes from mind, but mind acts on itself and we must act on ourselves and on conditions, not as a slave but as a master. Be interested in life, if you want life to be interested in you. Act in life and life will act through you. So will you also become one of the great people on earth. Ideas of the infinite. Suppose that we wish to draw from the universal mind some definite idea, some guidance, some information, some leading. How are we going to do this? First we must become convinced that we can do it. Where do all the inventions come from? Where does Edison get his information about electricity? Where, if not direct from the mind of the universe? Everything that has ever come into the race comes direct from mind. It could come from nothing else. Every invention is but a discovery of something that already is, although we may not have seen it. Where does the harmony of music come from? Where could it originate except in mind? Does not a great musician listen and hear something that we do not hear? His ear is attuned to harmony and he catches it straight from life itself and interprets it to the world. We are surrounded by the music of the spheres but few of us ever catch this sound. We are so filled with trouble that the divine melody is never heard. If we could see, if we could hear, if we could understand, if we only realized the presence of the All, what could we not do? When a great thought springs up in the mind of an individual, when a great poem is written, when a great work of art is wrought by some receptive artist, it is simply a sign that the veil is thin between, he has caught a glimpse of reality. But for most of us inspiration is not to be depended on, and we must take the slower but nonetheless sure method of receiving straight from the infinite. The method is a simple one and very effective. When you want to know a certain thing, or how to begin a certain line of action, first, you must be quiet within yourself. You must not be confused by any outward appearance. Never become disturbed by effects. They didn't make themselves and have no intelligence to contradict you. Be quiet until you realize the presence of absolute intelligence all around you, of the mind that knows. Now get a perfect picture of just what you desire. You cannot get a picture unless you know what it is you want. Put your mind in touch with universal mind, saying just what you are waiting for. Ask for it, believe that you are receiving it, and wait. After a few minutes declare that you now know, even though you may not seem to know, yet in the depths of consciousness you have received the impression. Give thanks that you now receive. Do this every day until you get some direction. It is sometimes a good thing to do this just before going to sleep. Never, after you have done this, deny the knowledge that has been given you. The time will come when some idea will begin to take form. Wait for it and, when it does appear, act upon it with all the conviction of one who is perfectly sure of himself. You have gotten understanding straight from the source of all understanding, knowledge from the source of knowledge. All can do this if they will be persistent. It is a sure direction and guidance and will never fail us. But we must be sure that we are not denying in other moments what we affirm in the moments of faith. In this way we will make fewer mistakes and in time our lives will be controlled by supreme wisdom and understanding. Don't be a leaner. Never lean on other people. You have strength of your own that is great enough to do all that is necessary. The Almighty has implanted genius within the soul of everyone and what we need to do is to unearth that inner genius and cause it to shine forth. We will never do this while we look to others for guidance. To thine own self-repair, wait thou within the silence dim, and thou shalt find him there. All the power and intelligence of the universe is already within, waiting to be utilized. The divine spark must be fanned into a blaze of the living fire of your own divinity. Self-reliance is the word to dwell on. Listen to your own voice, it will speak in terms that are unmistakable. Trust in your own self more than in all else. All great men have learned to do this. Every person, within his own soul, is in direct communication with the infinite understanding. When we depend on other people we are simply taking their light and trying to light our path with it. When we depend on ourselves we are depending on that inner voice that is God, speaking in and through man. Man is the inlet and the outlet to all there is in God. God has made us and brought us up to where we recognize our own individuality. From now on we will have to let Him express through us. If it were different we should not be individuals. Behold, I stand at the door and wait. This is a statement of the near presence of power, but we, the individual, must open the door. This door is our thought and we are the guardian of it, and when we do open the door we will find that the divine presence is right at hand, waiting, ready and willing to do for us all that we can believe. We are strong with the strength of the infinite. We are not weak. We are great and not mean. We are one with the infinite mind. When you have a real thing to do, keep it to yourself. Don't talk about it. Just know in your own mind what it is that you want and keep still about it. Often when we think that we will do some big thing we begin to talk about it and the first thing we know all the power seems to be gone. This is what happens. We are all sending out into mind a constant stream of thought. The clearer it is, the better will it manifest. If it becomes doubtful it will not have so clear a manifestation. If it is confused it will manifest only confusion. All this is according to the law of cause and effect, and we cannot change that law. Too often, when we tell our friends what we are going to do, they confuse our thought by laughing about it, or by doubting our capacity to do so large a thing. Of course this would not happen if we were always positive, but when we become the least bit negative it will react and we will lose that power of clearness which is absolutely necessary to good creative work. When you want to do a big thing, get the mental pattern, make it perfect, know just what it means, Enlarge your thought, keep it to yourself, pass it over to the creative power behind all things, wait and listen, and when the impression comes, follow it with assurance. Don't talk to anyone about it. Never listen to negative talk or pay any attention to it, and you will succeed where all others fail. Causes and conditions. When we realize that life is not fundamentally physical, but mental and spiritual, it will not be hard for us to see that by a certain mental and spiritual process we can demonstrate what we want. We are not dealing with conditions but with causes. Causes originate only from the unseen side of life. This is not strange, as the same might be said of electricity, or even of life itself. We do not see life, we only see what it does. This we call a condition. Of itself it is simply an effect. We are living in the outer world of effects and in the inner world of causes. These causes we set in motion by our thought, and, through the power inherent within the cause, expresses the thought as a condition. It follows that the cause must be equal to the effect and that the effect always evaluates with the cause held in mind. Everything comes from one substance, and our thought qualifies that substance and determines what is to take place in our life. The whole teaching of the Bhagavad Gita is that there is but one and that it becomes to us just what we first believe into it. In other words, we manifest the unmanifest. This in no way takes away from the omnipotence of God, but adds to it, for He has created something that is able to do this. God still rules in the universe, but we are given the power to rule in our lives. We must realize, then, absolutely that we are dealing with a substance that we have a right to deal with, and by learning its laws we will be able to subject them to our use, just as Edison does with electricity. Law is, but we must use it. The substance that we deal with, in itself, is never limited, but we often are, because we draw only what we believe. Because we are limited is no reason why the universe should have limitation. Our limitation is only our unbelief. Life can give us a big thing or a little thing. When it gives us a little thing, it is not limited, any more than life is limited when it makes a grain of sand, because it could just as well have made a planet. But in the great scheme of things, all kinds of forms, small and large, are necessary, which, combined, make a complete whole. The power and substance behind everything remain infinite. Now this life can become to us only through us, and that becoming is the passing of spirit into expression in our lives through the form of the thought that we give to it. In itself life is never limited. An ant has just as much life as an elephant, though smaller in size. The question is not one of size but one of consciousness. We are not limited by actual boundaries, but by false ideas about life and by a failure to recognize that we are dealing with the infinite. Limitation is an experience of the race, but it is not the fault of God, it is the fault of man's perception. And to prove that this is so, let any man break the bonds of this false sense of life and he at once begins to express less and less limitation. It is a matter of the growth of the inner idea. People often say when they are told this, "Do you think that I decided to be poor and miserable? Do you take me for a fool?" No, you are not a fool, but it is quite possible that you have been fooled, and most of us have been. I know of no one who has escaped being fooled about life. You may not have had thoughts of poverty, but at the same time you may have had thoughts that have produced it. Just watch the process of your thinking and see how many times a day you think something that you would not want to happen. This will satisfy you that you need to be watchful, that your thought needs to be controlled. What we need to do is to reverse the process of our thinking and see to it that we think only positive, constructive thoughts. A calm determination to think just what we want to think regardless of conditions will do much to put us on the highway to a greater realization of life. Of course we will fall, of course the road is not easy, but we will be growing. Daily we will be giving to the creative mind a newer and a greater concept to be worked out into the life around us. Daily we will be overcoming some negative tendency, We must stick to it until we gain the mastery of all our thought, and in that day we will rise never to fall again. We must be good-natured with ourselves, never becoming discouraged or giving up until we overcome. Feel that you are always backed by an omnipotent power and a kind Father of love, and the way will become easier. Mental equivalence. One of the most necessary things to remember is that we cannot demonstrate life beyond our mental ability to embody. We give birth to an idea only from within ourselves. What we are, we put into our thinking. What we are not, we cannot put into it. If we are to draw from life what we want, we must first think it forth into life. It always produces what we think. In order to have success, we must first conceive it in our own thought. This is not because we are creators, but because the flow of life into manifestation, through us, must take the form we give to it, and if we want a thing we must have within ourselves the mental equivalent before we get it. This is what Jesus meant when he said that we must believe when we pray. This belief is providing within us that something which knows before it sees what it asks for. For instance, suppose a man is praying for activity. Our idea of prayer is the accepting of a thing before we get it, in his affairs. First, before this activity can come, he must have it within himself. He must come to see activity in everything. There must be something that corresponds to the thing that he wants. He must have a mental equivalent. We find that we attract to ourselves as much of anything as we embody within. As water will reach only its own level, so our outward conditions will reproduce only our inner realizations. A man will always draw to him just what he is. But we can learn to provide within the image of what we desire, and so in a definite way use the law to get just what we need. If at first we do not have a great realization of activity, we will have to work on what we do have, and as our outer conditions come up to meet the inner cause, we will find that it will be much easier to enlarge the inner receptivity for something greater and more worthwhile. Of one thing we may be assured, we must all start somewhere, and that somewhere is within ourselves. In this within we must make the affirmation, and there, too, we must do the real work of realization. At the first the way may seem hard, for we are constantly confronted with that which seems to be, and we are not always sure of ourselves nor strong enough to overcome, but we may rest content in the assurance that we are growing. Every day we will be providing a bigger concept of life, and with the inner growth we will have an enlarged power to speak forth into the creative mind, with the result that we shall get a fresh impulse and be doing a bigger thing for ourselves. Growth and realization are always from within and never from without. The old race suggestion of fear and poverty and limitation must be done away with, and daily we must clear our thought from all that limits the one from showing forth in our life. Remember that you are dealing with one power, and not with two. This will make it easier, for you do not have to overcome any condition, because conditions flow from within out, and not from without in. A man going to a new town will at once begin to attract to him just what he brings in his thought. He should be very careful what he thinks. He should know just what he wants and daily give it over to the Supreme Mind, knowing that it will work for him. Old thoughts must be destroyed, and new must take their places. Every time the old thought comes, look it squarely in the face and declare that it has no part in your mind. It has no power over you. You state the law and rely on it to the exclusion of all else. Daily try to see more and to understand more. Feel every day that you are being especially looked after. There is no special creation for any individual, but we all specialize the law every time we think into it. For all our thought is taken up and something is always done with it. A good practice is to sit and realize that you are a center of divine attraction, that all things are coming to you, that the power within is going out and drawing back all that you will ever need. Don't argue about it, just do it, and when you have finished leave it all to the law, knowing that it will be done. Declare that all life, all love, and power are now in your life. Declare that you are now in the midst of plenty, Stick to it even though you may not as yet see the result. It will work, and those who believe the most always get the most. Think of the law as your friend, always looking out for your interest. Trust completely in it and it will bring your good to you. One law in many manifestations. People often ask if the law will not bring harm as well as good. This question would never be asked if people understood what universal law really means. Of course it will bring us what we think. All law will do the same thing. The law of electricity will either light our house or burn it down. We decide what we are to do with the law. Law is always impersonal. There is no likelihood of using the law for harmful purposes if we always use it for the more complete expression of life. We must not use it for any purpose that we would not like to experience ourselves. This should answer all questions of that nature. Do I really want the thing I ask for? Am I willing to take for myself what I ask for other people? How can we use the law for evil if we desire only the good? We cannot and we should not bother about it. We want only the good for ourselves and for the whole world. When we have started causation, at once the law will set to work carrying out our plans. Never distrust the law and become afraid lest you misuse it. That is a great mistake. All law is impersonal and cares not who uses it. It will bring to all just what is already in their thought. No person can long use it in a destructive way, for it will destroy himself if he persists in doing wrong. We have no responsibility for anyone except ourselves. Get over all idea that you must save the world. We have all tried and have all failed. We may, by demonstrating in our own lives, prove that the law really exists as the great power behind all things. This is all that we can do. Everyone must do the same thing for himself. Let the dead bury their dead, and see that you live. In this you are not selfish but are simply proving that law governs your life. All can do the same when they come to believe, and none until they believe. Transcending previous conditions. What if at times we attract something that we do not want? What about all the things that we have already attracted into our lives? Must we still suffer until the last farthing be paid? Are we bound by karma? Yes, in a certain degree we are bound by what we have done. It is impossible to set law in motion and not have it produce. What we sow we must also reap, of that there is no doubt, but here is something to think about. The Bible also says that if a man repents his sins are blotted out, and remembered no more forever. Here we have two statements which at first seem not to agree. The first says that we must suffer from what we have done, and the second that under certain conditions we will not have to suffer. What are those conditions? A changed attitude toward the law. It means that we must stop thinking and acting in the wrong way. When we do this we are taken out of the old order and established in the new. Someone will say, if that is true, what about the law of cause and effect? Is that broken? No, it is this way. The law is not broken. It would still work out if we continued to use it in the wrong way, but when we reverse the cause, that is, think and act in a different way, then we have changed the flow of the law. It is still the same law but we have changed its flow, so that, instead of limiting us and punishing us, it frees and blesses. It is still the law but we have changed our attitude toward it. We might throw a ball at the window, and if nothing stopped it, it would break the glass. Here is law in motion. But if someone catches the ball before it reaches the window, the glass will not be broken. Neither the glass nor the law will be broken. The flow of law will be changed, that is all. So can we, no matter what has happened in the past, so transcend the old experience, that it will no longer have any effect upon us. So if we have attracted something that is not best to keep, we will remember that we do not have to keep it. It was the best that we knew at the time, and so was good as far as it went, but now we know more and can do better. As law works without variation, so does the law of attraction work the same way. All that we have to do is to drop the undesired thing from our thought, forgive ourselves and start anew. We must never even think of it again. Let go of it once and for all. Our various experiences will teach us more and more to try to mold all of our thoughts and desires, so that they will be in line with the fundamental purpose of the great mind, the expression of that which is perfect. To fear to make conscious use of the law would be to paralyze all efforts of progress. More and more will we come to see that a great cosmic plan is being worked out, and that all we have to do is to lend ourselves to it, in order that we may attain unto a real degree of life. As we do subject our thought to the greater purposes, we are correspondingly blessed, because we are working more in line with the Father, who from the beginning knew the end. We should never lose sight of the fact that we are each given the individual right to use the law, and that we cannot escape from using it. Let us, then, go forward with the belief that a greater power is working through us, that all law is a law of good, that we have planted our seed of thought in the mind of the Absolute, and that we can go our way rejoicing in the divine privilege of working with the Infinite. Understanding and misunderstanding. There are many persons who are constantly unhappy because they seem always to be misunderstood. They find it hard to use the law of attraction in an affirmative way, and they keep on drawing to themselves experiences which they would rather have avoided. The trouble with them is that there is always an undercurrent of thought which either neutralizes or destroys whatever helpful thoughts they have set in motion in their moments of greater strength. Such persons are usually very sensitive, and while this is a quality which is most creative when under control, it is most destructive when uncontrolled, because it is most chaotic. They should first come to know the law and see how it works, and then treat themselves to overcome all sensitiveness. They should realize that everyone in the world is a friend, and prove this by never saying anything unkind to anyone or about anyone. They must within themselves see all people as perfect beings made in the divine image, and, seeing nothing else, they will in time be able to say that this is also the way that all people see them. Holding this as the law of their lives, they will destroy all negative thought, and then, with that power which is always in a sensitive person, but which is now under control, they will find that life is theirs to do with as they please, the only requirement being that as they sow so must they also reap. We all know that anything that is unlike good is of short duration, but anything that embodies the good is like God, ever present and eternal. We free ourselves through the same law under which we first bound ourselves. The ordinary individual unknowingly does something that destroys any possibility of getting good results in the demonstration of prosperity. He affirms his good and makes his unity with it, and this is right, but he does not stop looking at it in others, which is wrong and is the cause of confusion. We cannot affirm a principle and deny it in the same breath. We must become what we want, and we will never be able to do that while we still persist in seeing what we do not want, no matter where we see it. We cannot believe that something is possible for us without also believing the same for every individual. One of the ways of attainment is, of a necessity, the way of universal love, coming to see all as the true sons of God, one with the infinite mind. This is no mere sentiment but the clear statement of a fundamental law, and that man who does not obey it, is opposing the very thing that brought him into expression. It is true that through mental means alone he may bring to himself things, and he may hold them as long as the will lasts. This is the ordinary way, but we want more than compelling things to appear. What we want is that things should gravitate to us because we are employing the same law that God uses. When we so attain this attitude of mind, then that which is brought into manifestation will never be lost, for it will be as eternal as the law of God and cannot be destroyed forever. It is a comfort to know that we do not have to make things happen, but that the law of divine love is all that we will ever need. It will relieve the overworked brain and the fatigued muscle just to be still and know that we are one with the all in all. How can we enter in, if at one and the same time we are believing for ourselves and beholding the beam in our brother's eye? Does that not obstruct the view and pervert our own natures? We must see only the good and let nothing else enter into our minds. Universal love to all people and to all things is but returning love to the source of all love, to Him who creates all in love and holds all in divine care. The sun shines on all alike. Shall we separate and divide where God has so carefully united? We are dividing our own things when we do this, and sooner or later the law of absolute justice that weighs out to each one his just measure will balance the account, and then we shall be obliged to suffer for the mistakes we have made. God does not bring this agony on us, but we have imposed it on ourselves. If from selfish motives alone, we must love all things and look upon all things as good, made from the substance of the Father, we can only hope to bring to ourselves that which we draw through the avenue of love. We must watch our thinking, and if we have aught against any soul, get rid of it as soon as possible. This is the only safe and sure way. Did not Jesus at the supreme moment of sacrifice ask that the Father forgive all the wrong that was being cloned to Him? Shall we suppose that we can do it in a better way? If we do not at the present time love all people, then we must learn how to do it, and the way will become easier, when all condemnation is gone forever and we behold only good. God is good and God is love, more than this we cannot ask nor conceive. Another thing that we must eliminate is talking about limitation. We must not even think of it or read about it, or have any connection with it in any of our thinking, for we get only that which we think, no more and no less. This will be a hard thing to do. But if we remember that we are working out the science of being, though it may seem long and hard at times, we sooner or later do it, and once done it is done forever. Every step in advance is an eternal step, and will never have to be taken again. We are not building for a day or a year, but we are building for all time and for eternity. So we will build the more stately mansion under the supreme wisdom and the unfailing guidance of the Spirit, and we will do unto all, even as we would have them do unto us. There is no other way. The wise will listen, look, and learn, then follow what they know to be the only way that is in line with the divine will and purposes. So shall all see that God is good and in Him is no evil. No unusual experience. In demonstrating the truth of supply, we do not have to experience any peculiar emotion or psychic experience. We do not have to feel any thrills or anything of that sort. While it is true that some of these things may come, yet we should remember that what we are doing is dealing with law, and that as law it will obey us, when we comply with its nature and contact it in the right way. What we are doing, is stating something into mind, and if the impression is clear in our own minds that it is and that it is done, we have put all the activity we can put into it, until such a time as something happens in the external for us to work upon. So many people say, I do wish that I could feel something, when I give a treatment. All this is a mistake and is an attempt to give a physical reason for life. What we do need to feel is that, since God is all and is good, He wants us to have only the good, and feeling this we should take what is already made for us. Our attitude towards such a good Father should constantly be one of thanksgiving. When we begin to prove the power of the truth, we will always maintain this attitude. Know that you are dealing with a sure thing and that all you have to do is to know positively into it and wait for the results to come in the outer. Then do what your own good sense tells you to do, for this is the thought of God through you. More and more you will find that you are being led out of difficulty into that freedom which is the divine birthright of every living soul. Go ahead, then, looking only at the things desired and never at the things not wanted. Victory will always be on the side that the majority of your thoughts rest on in absolute acceptance. Visualizing. Some people visualize everything that they think of, and many think that it is impossible to make a demonstration unless they possess the power to visualize. This is not the case. While a certain amount of vision is necessary, on the other hand it must be remembered that we are dealing with a power that is like the soil of the ground, which will produce the plant when we plant seed. It does not matter if we have never before seen a plant like the one that is to be made for us. Our thought is the seed and mind is the soil. We are always planting and harvesting. All that we need to do is to plant only that which we want to harvest. This is not difficult to understand. We cannot think poverty and at the same time demonstrate plenty. If a person wants to visualize, let him do so, and if he sees himself in full possession of his desire and knows that he is receiving, he will make his demonstration. If, on the other hand, he does not visualize, then let him simply state what he wants and absolutely believe that he has it, and the result will always be the same. Remember that you are always dealing with law and that this is the only way that anything could come into existence. Don't argue over it. That means that you have not as yet become convinced of the truth, or you would not argue. Be convinced and rest in peace. Where demonstration takes place. Does demonstration take place in the patient, the practitioner, or in the mind of God? Let us see, we are in the mind of God and so it must take place there. But the patient is also in the mind of God, or there would be two minds, and so it must take place in the mind of the patient, also. But that is the mind of God, so what does it matter where it takes place? We do not have to project our thought, because mind is right at hand and never leaves us at any time. All that we have to do is to know within ourselves, and, when we are absolutely convinced, we will have made the demonstration. As far as the practitioner is concerned, all that he has to do is to convince himself. Here his work begins and ends. There is a power that will look after the rest. Is this not the supreme attitude of faith in higher power? Of course it is, and the more of that faith that we have, the easier it will be for us and the quicker we will receive an answer to our prayer. If you have a simple, childlike faith it will produce, but it should give us a greater faith when we know something of the way that the law operates. It follows, then, that we should, by understanding, have so great a faith that we shall never fail to get the affirmative answer to all of our thoughts. Each victory will strengthen us until the time will come when we will no longer have to say I hope or believe, but I know. Part 2. Practice. Treatments. The way to give a treatment is first of all to absolutely believe that you can, believe that your word goes forth into a real creative power, which at once takes it up, and begins to operate upon it. Feel that to this power all things are possible. It knows nothing but its own power to do that which it wishes to do. It receives the impress of your thought and acts upon it. It is never safe to treat for anything that you do not wish to happen. This means that what you would want for another, you must first be willing to receive for yourself. Believe then that your word is to be acted upon by an almighty power, feel its great reality, in and through all things you speak into it, and declare just what you wish it to do for you, never doubting in your own mind but that it will do just as you have directed. All that a practitioner has to do is to convince himself, to know, to believe, and that thing will happen to him which he states. One of the first things, then, is to be definite, to have a mental likeness of the thing that you desire, to know exactly what you want. This mental likeness, this absolute acceptance of the fact that it now is, must never be overlooked. Without it you will not accomplish your desired objective. We sit down of our own souls, at peace with the world, at peace with ourselves. We realize that we are dealing with something that is a reality, something that cannot fail. We try to get a clear concept of the thing, we rest in that realization, while the universal creative power takes it up and acts upon it. We have stated just what we wanted done unto us, we have believed that we have received, never again will we contradict the fact that we have stated. The person who can do this is sure of getting results. Understanding and guidance. The inner man is always in immediate connection with the infinite of understanding. We are immersed in a living intelligence, we are surrounded by a power that knows, for in him we live and move and have our being. If our outer thought were never confused, we should at all times draw from this infinite source of knowledge. We should be guided by it and never make mistakes. Our minds would be like the smooth surface of a lake, unruffled by wind and storm. But with most of us this is not the case. We become confused in the outer so that the surface of the mind is in turmoil, no longer clear and transparent, and we cannot get the clear vision, the real guidance, and we get things wrong because we do not see clearly. The development of the understanding is learning to draw from the infinite understanding. We can never do this while we are confused in our thinking. The first thing to do when we wish a greater understanding is to be still and listen to the inner voice, to withdraw for a few moments into the silence of the soul, taking here what we already know, and realizing that a greater intelligence is enlarging it. Here we indefinitely take the pattern of our thought, the thing that we are working on, and ask for, and receive, new light. We hold this up in divine light and try to believe that we are being guided. We state that supreme intelligence and absolute power are acting upon our thought and bringing it to pass. It is now guiding us and we shall make no mistake. We hold ourselves in the secret place of the Most High, and abide under the shadow of the Almighty. How to know just what to do? Often we find ourselves confronted by the problem of how to begin. We are not sure what we want to do, we see no way to begin anything, see nothing to begin on. When we find ourselves in this position, humanly speaking, not knowing where to turn, then of all times we must be quiet and listen, then of all times we must trust that the same power that started all things will also start us in the right road, for without some superior power we shall surely fail. How often do people in the business world find themselves in this position? They realize that something must be done, but what? How can they get the right idea? Here we must wait and know that the same power that first thought a universe into being can also think our world and work into being. It knows all things, it knows how to begin and it cannot fail. We wish in some way to connect with this power that will never fail us, so we may draw from it some idea with which to begin. We must realize that there is something that wants to respond, to make manifest, and in this realization wait for the idea. It may not come at first, but we must be patient, never doubting, and waiting thus in faith, it will come. I once knew a businessman who was connected with a firm that had always been very successful, but at that time something had occurred that was causing them to lose out. This had gone on for a year and things were going from bad to worse. Failure seemed inevitable. He became interested in new thought. He was told he could draw an idea from the infinite and work it out on the plane of the visible. He told his partners that he wished to go home for a few days and that when he came back he would have worked out an idea which would put the business on a successful basis. They laughed at him, as people generally laugh at something they do not understand, but having no other plan they gave their consent. He went home and for 3 days sat in deep thought, claiming supreme guidance and absolute leading of the Spirit. During this time a complete plan formulated in his mind as to the exact method to pursue in the business. He returned and told his plan to his partners. Again they laughed, saying it could not be done in business, could not be done anyway, it would not work. But again they consented, knowing it was this or failure. He then went to work carrying out all the details of his thought, following each leading that had come to him during those 3 days, and within a year he brought the failing business to a standard that transcended anything they had ever before experienced. He proved the law and became such an expert, that he gave up his business and devoted his entire time to helping other people do the same for themselves as he had done. What this man did anyone can do if he will follow the same course and refuse to become discouraged. There is a power that simply awaits our recognition of it, to spring into our thought as an unfailing leading, an unerring guidance. To those who lean on the ever outstretched arm of the infinite, life is big with limitless possibilities. We must wait and listen, then go about our outer business with an inner conviction that we are being led into a more perfect expression of life. All can do this. Following up a thought. When we feel that we do have the right leading, when that something inside us tells us that we are led, then, no matter what it appears like, we must follow it up. Something beyond our intelligence is doing the thing through us and we must do nothing to contradict it. Perhaps it will cause us to do something that seems to go contrary to the experience of the race. This makes no difference. All advance in invention and all advance along any line has always gone ahead of what the experience of the race thinks is possible. Great men are the ones who get a vision and then go to work to make it come true, never looking to one side but with one-pointedness and calm determination, stick to the thing until it is accomplished. It may take much patience and a great deal of faith, but the end is as sure as is the reality of a supreme being itself. Never hesitate to trust in that inner leading, never fear but it will be right. We are all in the midst of supreme intelligence, it presses against the doors of our thought, waiting to be known. We must be open to it at all times, ready to receive direction and to be guided into greater truths. The single stream of thought. We are all in mind and what we think into it is taken up and done unto us. This means that as we think it will be done. We cannot think one way one day and change our thought the next and hope to get the desired results. We must be very clear in our thought, sending out only such thoughts as we wish to see manifested in our condition. Here is something worth remembering. Unless we are working with people who think as we do, we had better be working alone. One stream of thought, even though it may not be very powerful, will do more for us than many powerful streams that are at variance with each other. This means that, unless we are sure that we are working with people who harmonize, we would better work alone. Of course we cannot retire from business simply because people do not agree with us, but what we can do is to keep our thoughts to ourselves. We do not have to leave the world in order to control our thought, but we do have to learn that we can stay right in the world and still think just what we want to think, regardless of what others are thinking. One single stream of thought, daily sent out into creative mind, will do wonders. Within a year the person who will practice this will have completely changed his conditions of life. The way to practice this is daily to spend some time in thinking and in mentally seeing just what is wanted. See the thing just as it is wished and then affirm that this is now done. Try to feel that what has been stated is the truth. Words and affirmations simply give shape to thought, they are not creative. Feeling is creative and the more feeling that is put into the word the greater power it will have over conditions. In doing this we think of the condition only as an effect, something that follows what we think. It cannot help following our thought. This is the way that all creation comes into expression. It is a great help to realize mentally that at all times a great stream of thought and power is operating through us, it is constantly going out into mind, where it is taken up and acted upon. Our business is to keep that stream of thought just where we want it to be ready at any time to act when the impulse comes for action. Our action must never be negative, it must always be affirmative. For we are dealing with something that cannot fail. We may fail to realize, but the power in itself is infinite and cannot fail. We are setting in motion in the absolute a stream of thought that will never cease until it accomplishes its purpose. Try to feel this, be filled with a great joy as you feel that it is given to you to use this great and only power. Keep the thought clear and never worry about the way that things seem to be going. Let go of all outer conditions when working in mind, for there is where things are made, their creation is going on, and it is now making something for us. This must be believed as never believed before, it must be known as the great reality, it must be felt as the only presence. There is no other way to obtain. Though all the infinite may want to give, yet we must take, and, as far as we are concerned, that taking is mental. Though people may laugh at this, even that does not matter, he laughs best who laughs last. We know in what we believe, and that will be sufficient. Enlarging our thought. We can never stand still in our thought. Either we will be growing or else we will be going back. As we can attract to ourselves only what we first have a mental likeness of, it follows that if we wish to attract larger things we must provide larger thoughts. This enlarging of consciousness is so necessary that too much cannot be said about it. Most people get only a short way and then stop. They cannot seem to get beyond a certain point. They can do so much and no more. Why is it that a person in business does just about so much each year? We see people in all walks of life, getting so far, never going beyond a certain point. There must be a reason for everything. Nothing happens, if all is governed by law, and we can come to no other conclusion. When we look into the mental reason for things we find out why things happen. The man who gets so far and never seems to go beyond that point is still governed by law. When he allows his thoughts to take him out into larger fields of action, his conditions come up to his thought. When he stops enlarging his thought he stops growing. If he would still keep on in thought, realizing more and still more, he would find that in the outer form of things he would be doing greater things. There are many reasons why a man stops thinking larger things. One of them is a lack of imagination. He cannot conceive of anything more to follow than that which has already happened. Another thought works like this: this is as far as anyone can go in my business. Right here he signs his own death warrant. Often a person will say, I am too old to do bigger things. There he stops. Someone else will say, competition is too great, and here is where this man stops. He can go no further than his thought will carry him. All this is unnecessary when we realize that life is first of all consciousness, and then conditions follow. We see no reason why a man should not go on, and never stop growing. No matter what age or what circumstance, if life is thought, we can keep on thinking bigger things. There is no reason why a man who is already doing well should not be able mentally to conceive of a still better condition. What if we are active? There is always a greater activity possible. We can still see a little beyond what has come before. This is just what we should do, see, even though it be but a little beyond our former thought. If we always practice this, we will find that every year we shall be growing, every month we shall be advancing, and as time goes on we shall become really great. As there is no stopping in that power which is infinite, as the limitless is without bounds, so should we keep on trying to see more and greater possibilities in life. We should definitely work every day for the expansion of thought. If we have 50 customers a day we should endeavor to believe that we have 60. When we have 60 we should mentally see 70. This should never stop. There is no stopping place in mind. Let go of everything else, drop everything else from your thought, and mentally see more coming to you than has ever come before. Believe that mind is establishing this unto you, and then go about your business in the regular way. Never see the limitation, never dwell upon it, and above all things else never talk limitation to anyone. This is the only way, and there is no other way to grow a larger thought. The man with the big thought is always the man who does big things in life. Get hold of the biggest thing that you can think of and claim it for your own, mentally see it and hold it as a thing already done, and you will prove to yourself that life is without bounds. Always be gathering. There is no reason why a person should ever stop. This does not mean that we should be miserly, trying to accumulate more and more to hold, but that our thought should so enlarge that it cannot help gathering more and more, even though, on the other hand, or with the other hand, we are ever distributing that which we gather. Indeed, the only reason for having is that we may give out of that which we have. No matter what big thing happens to us we should still be expecting more and more. Even when we think that we have at last arrived, right at the moment when it seems as though life had given us all that we could stand, right here let it be but a beginning for still greater things. No matter how large the picture that you hold in mind, make it larger. The reason why so many people come to the point where they stop is that they come to a point where they stop growing in their own minds. They come to a point where they can see no more, thinking that because they have really done a big thing they should stop there. We must watch our thought for signs of inactivity. Nothing in the universe ever stops. Everything is built on a boundless basis, drawn from a limitless source, come forth from an infinite sea of unmanifest life. We speak forth into this life and draw back from it all that we first think into it. Life is always limitless, and the only thing that limits us is our inability to conceive mentally, and we should draw more and more from that limitless source. Mental likeness. We can draw from the infinite only as much as we first think into it. It is at this point that so many fail, thinking that all they need to do is to affirm what they want and it will follow. While it is true that affirmations have real power, it is also true that they have only that which we speak into them. As we cannot speak a word that we do not know, so we cannot make an affirmation that we do not understand. We really affirm only that which we know to be true, we know that to be true which we have experienced within ourselves. Although we may have heard or read that this or that thing is true, it is only when there is something within our own souls that corresponds or recognizes its truth that it is true to us. This ought never to be lost sight of. We can effectively affirm only that which we know, and we know only that which we are. It is herein that we see the necessity of providing within a greater concept of life, a bigger idea of ourselves and a more expanded concept of the universe in which we live, move, and have our being. This is a matter of inner growth together with the enlarging of all lines of thought and activity. If we want to do a thing that is really worth doing, we must mentally grow until we are that thing, which we want to see made flesh. This may take time, but we should be glad to use all the time necessary to our own development. But few people in limitation have a mental likeness of plenty. This likeness must be provided. The thought must be large enough to cover the whole of the thing desired. A small thought will produce only a small thing. The very fact that all is mind proves this to be true. All is mind and, because it is, we can draw from that mind only that which we first think into it as a reality. We must become the thing we want. We must see it, think it, realize it, before the creative power of mind can work it out for us. This is an inner process of the expansion of consciousness. It is a thought, growing and realizing within. All can do this who wish and who will take the time and trouble, but it will mean work. The majority of people are too lazy to make the effort. Daily we must train our thought to see that only which we wish to experience, and since we are growing into what we are mentally dwelling upon, we should put all small and insignificant thoughts and ideals out of our thinking and see things in a larger way. We must cultivate the habit of an enlarged mental horizon, daily seeing farther and farther ahead, and so experiencing larger and greater things in our daily life. A good practice for the enlargement of thought is daily to see ourselves in a little bigger place, filled with more of activity, surrounded with increased influence and power, feel more and more that things are coming to us, see that much more is just ahead, and so far as possible, know that we now have all that we see and all that we feel. Affirm that you are that larger thing, that you are now entered into that larger life, feel that something within is drawing more to you, live with the idea and let the concept grow, expecting only the biggest and the best to happen. Never let small thoughts come into your mind, and you will soon find that a larger and greater experience has come into your life. Keeping the thing in mind. Never let go of the mental image until it becomes manifested. Daily bring up the clear picture of what is wanted and impress it on the mind as an accomplished fact. This impressing on our own minds the thought of what we wish to realize will cause our own minds to impress the same thought on universal mind. In this way we shall be praying without ceasing. We do not have to hold continually the thought of something we want in order to get it, but the thought that we may inwardly become the thing we want. 15 minutes, twice each day, is time enough to spend in order to demonstrate anything, but the rest of the time ought also to be spent constructively. That is, we must stop all negative thinking and give over all wrong thought, holding fast to the realization that it is now done unto us. We must know that we are dealing with the only power there is in the universe, that there is none other beside it, and that we are in it partaking of its nature and its laws. Always, behind the word that we send forth, must be the calm confidence in our ability to speak into the power, and the willingness of mind to execute for us. We must gradually grow in confidence and in trust in the unseen world of spiritual activity. This is not hard, if we but remember that the Spirit makes things out of itself by simply becoming the thing that it makes, and since there is no other power to oppose it, it will always work. The Spirit will never fail us if we never fail to believe in its goodness and its responsiveness. Life will become one grand song, when we realize that since God is for us, none can be against us. We shall cease merely to exist, we shall live. Destroy all thoughts that we do not wish to experience. We must resolutely set our faces to the rising consciousness of the Sun of Truth. Seeing only the one power, we must destroy the adversary and leave the field to God or good. All that is in any way negative must be wiped off the slate, and we must daily come into the higher thought, to be washed clean of the dust and chaos of the objective life. In the silence of the soul's communion with the great cause of all being, into the stillness of the Absolute, into the secret place of the Most High, back of the din and the ceaseless roar of life, we shall find a resting place and a place of real spiritual power. Speak in this inner silence and say, I am one with the Almighty, I am one with all life, with all power, with all presence. I am, I am, I am. Listen to the silence. From out of the seeming void the voice of peace will answer the waiting soul, all is well. Here we make known all our needs and wants, and here we receive first-hand from the Infinite all that we shall ever need to make life healthy, happy, and harmonious. Few enter here, because of the belief that conditions and circumstances control. Know that there is no law but God's law, that the soul sets its own law in the infinite, and that our slightest wish is honored of the Father mind. Daily practice the truth and daily die to all error thought. Spend more time receiving and realizing the presence of the Most High and less time worrying. Wonderful power will come to the one who believes and trusts in that power in which he has come to believe. Know that all good and all God is with you, all life and all power, and never again say, I fear, but always, I trust, because I know in whom I have believed. Direct practice for prosperity. Suppose that you are doing a mail order business and sending out cards to the whole country. Take the cards into your hands, or simply think of them and declare into the only mind that they will accomplish that for which they are sent out. Know that every word written on them is truth and carries its own conviction with it. See them each reaching that place where it will be received with gladness and read with interest. Declare this to be so now, feel it to be the truth. Mentally assert that each card will find its way to the exact place where it will be wanted and where it will benefit the receiver. Feel that each card is cared for by the Spirit, that it is a messenger of truth and power, and that it will carry conviction and realization with it. When the word is spoken, always feel that mind at once takes it up and never fails to act upon it. Our place in the creative order is to know this and to be willing to do all that we can without hurry or worry, and, above all else, to trust absolutely in the Spirit to do the rest. He who sees most clearly and believes most implicitly will make the greatest demonstration. This one should be you, and will be you as soon as the false thought is gone and the realization that there is but the one power and the one presence comes. We are wrapped in an infinite love and intelligence, and we should cover ourselves with it and claim its protection from all evil. Declare that your word is the presence and the activity of the power of all that is, and wait for the perfect concept to unfold. Race consciousness. One of the things which greatly hinders us from demonstrating a greater degree of prosperity we may call race thought or race consciousness. This is the result of all that the race has thought or believed. We are immersed in it, and those who are receptive to it are controlled by it. All thought seeks expression along the lines of least resistance. When we become negative or fearful, we attract that kind of thought and condition. We must be sure of ourselves, we must be positive, we must not be aggressive, but absolutely sure and poised within. Negative people are always picking up negative conditions, they get into trouble easily. Persons who are positive draw positive things, they are always successful. Few people realize that the law of thought is the great reality, that thoughts produce things. When we come to understand this power of thought, we will carefully watch our thinking to see that no thought enters that we should not want made into a thing. We can guard our minds by knowing that no negative thought can enter. We can daily practice by saying that no race thought of limitation can enter the mind, that spirit forms itself around us and protects us from all fear and from all limitation. Let us clothe ourselves in the great realization that all power is ours and that nothing else can enter. Let us fill the atmosphere of our homes and places of business with streams of positive thought. Other people will feel this and will like to be near us and enter into the things that we enter into. In this way we shall be continually drawing only the best. Developing intuition. If a person always lived near to mind, he would never make any great mistakes. Some seem to have the faculty of always knowing just what is best to do. They always succeed because they avoid making errors. We can also train ourselves that we will be guided by the supreme mind of the universe, but we can never do this until we believe that we can receive direct from the source of all knowledge. This is done by sitting in the silence and knowing that the Spirit is inwardly directing us. We should try to feel that our thought is being permeated by the thought of the Spirit. We should expect it to direct but should never become discouraged if at once a direct impression is not received. The work is going on even if it is not seen or even felt. Thought is forming in our mind and in time will come forth as an idea. When the idea does come, always trust in it even though it may not seem to be quite as we had expected. The first impressions are usually the most direct and the clearest. They are generally direct from the mind of the universe and should be carefully worked out into expression. We declare as we sit in the silence that the Spirit of all knowledge is making known within us just what we should do, that it is telling us just what to say or where to go. Have absolute reliance on this as it is one of the most important things to do. We should always get that inner assurance before undertaking any new enterprise, being sure that we have really put the whole thing into the hands of life and that all that we have to do is to work it out in the outer. We shall learn to avoid mistakes when we learn to be directed by that inner voice that never makes mistakes. We should declare in the silence that intelligence is guiding us and it will do so. Presence of activity. Suppose that your place of business does not seem to manifest any activity, that is, suppose that customers do not come. To the person in the business world, the presence of customers generally means activity. Suppose that you have come to believe that the principle will work in the smallest as well as in the greatest things. What you want now is a greater activity. How are you going to see activity when there is none? Here is a great question in truth. Must we overlook that which we see, and that which we have experienced? Yes, absolutely, there is no other way. If we keep on seeing the thing as it appears, we will never be able to change its appearance. What we must do, then, in spite of the seeming inactivity, is still to know and mentally to see and declare that we are in the midst of activity. Feel this to be true, mentally see the place crowded, know that it is packed full of customers all the time, declare that your word draws them in, have no sense of strain about it whatever. Simply know that you are dealing with the only power that there is. It will work, it must work. Realize when you have spoken the word that a greater power has taken it up and that it is being established unto you. Have no idea of limitation, speak forth into mind with perfect trust. If you have the ability mentally to see the place full, combine this with the word, and daily visualize it as being filled. Always combine faith in the higher power with all that you do, feel that you are being especially looked after. This is true. When a soul turns to the universe of unmanifest life, at the same time it turns toward Him. Jesus told this in the story of the prodigal son. The father saw him afar off. Always there is that inward turning to us of the parent mind when we turn to it and place ourselves in closer contact with life. We must keep our mind clear so that when the Spirit brings the gift we will be open to receive it. Even God cannot force things upon us. We must receive even before we see. Cor the feeble hands and helpless, groping blindly in the darkness. Touch God's right hand in that darkness and are lifted up and strengthened. Always, when we believe, we will have that belief honored of the Spirit of life. Mentally seeing just what we want, still seeing even though the heavens fall, we shall succeed in proving that the law of life is a law of liberty. God made man to have all that the universe contained and then left him alone to discover his own nature. Stop all striving and all struggle and within your own soul know the truth and trust absolutely in it. Daily declare that you are being guided and protected and that the power of the Spirit is bringing all to pass, and wait in perfect peace and confidence. Such an attitude of mind will overcome anything and will prove that spiritual thought force is the only real power in the universe. Drawing your own to you. Suppose that you wish to draw friends and companions to you, that you wish to enlarge your circle of friendships. This, too, can all be worked out by law, for everything can be worked out by the same law, the reason being that all is one and that the one becomes the many in expression. There are too many people in the world who are lonesome because they have a sense of separation from people. The thing to do is not to try to unify with people, but with the principle of life behind all people and things. This is working from the center and not the circumference. In this one mind are the minds of all people. When you unite your thought with the whole, you will be united with the parts of the whole. The first thing to do, then, is to realize that life is your friend and companion. Feel the divine companionship. Feel that you are one with all life. Declare that, as this thought awakens within your mind, so does it awaken within the mind of the whole race. Feel that the world is being drawn to you. Love the world and everyone who is in it. Include all, if you would be included in all. The world seeks strength. Be strong. The world loves love. Embody it. See the good in all people. Let go of all else. People will feel your love and will be drawn into it. Love is the greatest power in the universe. It is at the base of all else. It is the cause of all that is. Feel your love to be like a great light lighting the pathway of the whole world. It will come back to you bringing so many friends that there will not be time enough to enjoy them all. Become a real friend and you will have many friends. Be sufficient unto yourself and at the same time include all else, and people will feel your strength and will have a desire to come into the radiance of it. Never become unhappy or morbid. Always be cheerful and radiate good nature and happiness. Never look depressed or down in the mouth. The world is attracted to the strongest center of cheer and good fellowship. Never allow your feelings to be hurt. No one wants to hurt you, and none could, even though they did want to. You are above all that. Wherever you go, know that the Spirit of truth goes before and prepares the way, bringing to you every friend and influence that will be necessary to your comfort and well-being. This is not selfishness but good sense and will surely bring to you a harvest of friends and companions. Declare unto mind that you are now linked with all people and that all people are linked with you. See yourself surrounded with hosts of friends. Mentally feel their presence and rejoice that all good is yours now. Do this no matter what seems to happen, and it will not be long before you will meet wonderful friends and will be brought into touch with the great of the world. The final word. In the last analysis, man is just what he thinks himself to be. He is big in capacity if he thinks big thoughts. He is small if he thinks small thoughts. He will attract to himself what he thinks most about. He can learn to govern his own destiny when he learns to control his thoughts. In order to do this, he must first realize that everything in the manifest universe is the result of some inner activity of mind. This mind is God, producing a universe by the activity of his own divine thoughts. Man is in this mind as a thinking center, and what he thinks governs his life, even as God's thought governs the universe, by setting in motion all the cosmic activities. This is so easy to understand, and so plain as to use that we often wonder why we have been so long finding out this, the greatest of all truths of all the ages. Believing, thinking what is believed to be true, thinking into mind each day that which is wished to be returned, eliminating negative thoughts, holding all positive thoughts, giving thanks to the spirit of life that it is so, trusting always in the higher law, never arguing with oneself or with others, using, these are the steps which, when followed, will bring us to where we shall not have to ask if it be true, for, having demonstrated, we shall know. The seed that falls into the ground shall bear fruit of its own kind, and nothing shall hinder it. He that hath ears to hear, let him hear.